Not done. You'll get this Smart Flex cone brush that fits perfectly into corners, tiny crevices on toilets and tiles, or hard-to-reach shower door rails. Yours free. And to top it off, we'll include this microfiber cloth to clean delicate surfaces and polish cars sparkling clean. It's also free. Great news. Horsepower is now in stock and ready to ship. But due to high demand, there is a strict limit of 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-953-8622. That's 1-800-953-8622 or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-953-8622 now.
Ahead on American Sunrise Early Edition, is this really happening? It does appear like President Trump has achieved some significant progress for peace, as Ukrainian President Zelensky and other European leaders seriously consider the next steps and some options to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Another victory now much more likely is the redistricting of Texas that should help preserve a House GOP majority. That's because the Texas runaway Democrats are really returning home now, and that will kill any more significant delays in the redistricting plan. And now on to another battle for the democratic integrity of this country. President Trump is waging war on mail-in ballots, hinting that an executive order to ban them could be on the way. Getting back to the push for global peace, it appears Hamas has finally accepted a ceasefire deal that includes handing over some more hostages, but Israel isn't so sure Hamas really means it. And in a humiliating move, MSNBC is stripped of the NBC part of its name and its peacock logo. Now, its new moniker makes little sense, and it doesn't look like it has much of a shelf life either. American Sunrise Early Edition begins now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
Your good deeds and bad deeds. That's how we're going to judge you.
Join host Jake Novak as he breaks down the stories that matter.
We will be letting the public know regularly what we have found.
American Sunrise Early Edition with your host, Jake Novak, starts now.
Welcome. It's a Tuesday here on American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot of stories developing overnight and a lot of debates that need to be had on the future of our foreign and domestic policy, literally right down to the streets of our cities. Helping us to do and get through all of that this morning is Jarrett Stepman, editorial columnist from the Daily Signal. And Jarrett, I think a person would have to be a very big pessimist not to believe that some good was accomplished in the Oval Office yesterday. Even the attitude surrounding Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was more relaxed and fun. Check it out.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said the one that attacked you last time.
Yeah.
See, I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. I changed you.
Maybe yours is much better. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea, yeah, to make it possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake.
You like this idea?
Yeah.
No.
So the reason why I showed that, Jared, isn't just only to show our Brian Glenn, our chief White House correspondent, having, again, a much more relaxed and fun interaction. But even with that challenging question about the fact that Ukraine hasn't had elections. Hey, we had a big election here in this country in 1944 at the height of World War II. Ukraine can do it too. Plus, by the way, here's the spoiler alert. If people are going to vote with the chance of ousting Zelensky, I don't think Putin's going to attack Ukraine that day, but that's another story. But my point is that it was just a much more open and free exchange. I'm a little bit more optimistic about how everything went based on that feeling. How about you, Jared?
Very much so. It felt very different. It's funny, he even wore a suit this time. I wouldn't say it was the greatest suit, but Zelensky did wear a suit, which was one of the complaints. And so, that shows that he wants to put it on a better foot. I mean, I thought that last time it just seemed like he came in with an air of hostility, especially given that how much his country is dependent on the United States and our aid. And frankly, President Trump is not his enemy in this. I mean, President Trump has tried to broker some kind of deal that would bring peace to his country and actually save the independence of Ukraine. So I think that he was wrong in doing what he did last time. I thought that, unfortunately, that the meeting broke down entirely. But I think that there's a very, I would say, positive chance that sometime in the next year now, there's a possibility now for a real deal, for real peace. And it looks like, at the very least, Ukraine may be cooperative with that. We can only hope. But it is important for these leaders and for them all to be on the same page. And I think that they sort of are now. And that's a good news. That's good news. It's a positive direction.
Yeah, well, President Trump's focus isn't only on foreign policy, not by a long shot. So I want to move to another topic that may end up being just as contentious, though, as a foreign war. And that is President Trump announcing yesterday that he may sign an executive order to ban mail-in balloting. Here's why. Again, another exchange with Brian Glenn. Check it out.
About doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you expand on that and how important
Well, that's a very off-topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses them because of what's happened, massive fraud all over the place. The other thing we want change are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections. We'd get much faster results. The machines, I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks. With paper ballots, you have the results that night.
Jared, I'm sure you've heard the term garbage in, garbage out. And my argument with mail-in ballots, even if there isn't additional fraud after the election night is over, the issue here is also they're not secret ballots. I have no idea who is actually filling out the ballot. I don't know if someone is standing over the person who's supposed to be filling out the ballot, pressuring him or her to do it in one way or the other. They're not legitimate. They're not secret ballots. No one can argue that. You can argue about the fraud, but you can't argue that they're secret ballots because they're not. I wonder if this is something the American people are understanding, that even just the existence of mail-in ballots in and of itself is corrupt.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, something that President Trump said there at the end is very important, too. What this causes is things like what happens in California, where it takes months after an election for all the ballots to be counted up. I mean, if that doesn't make people start to wonder if the election is above board, I don't know what is. It's incredible that California has been dreadful on this. And given the fact that there's been a lot of ballot harvesting in the state, which has basically been legal, it makes one think that these elections are not entirely clean, and that's a major problem. I think that's a major problem. It's not like it's a new problem in American history. There was a time where the secret ballot didn't exist, and there was a lot of corruption. There was a lot of fraud. Both parties engaged in it in the 19th century, and we tried to clean that up. It creates trust in elections, and this is just a system that the paper ballot has worked very well. The secret ballot going into a polling place, it's worked for such a long time. We shouldn't abandon that. We need to go back to that. We need to return. And I think that President Trump is entirely right to make this a priority issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're referring to the 19th century when people used to vote at their working place, and the boss would look to see whether you put your ballot in the Republican box or the Democrat box, and you got fired if you went to the wrong box. I mean, honestly, this is such a joke. We can't allow this to happen in America, and we have. Jared, let's move on to another war zone, state of Texas. That would be where the runaway Democrats. And I talked about this last week. There were reports. They were thinking they're definitely on their way back. They have returned most of them to the state of Texas. And so this redistricting plan looks like it's going to go through. Look, we've been told now this is going to start a ripple effect where the blue states are going to try to retaliate. Here's the thing, Jared. They've already redistricted their states in these blue states like Illinois and California and in parts of New England. I don't really know. Sadly, I think that they're still going to retaliate, but they may find some other nasty way to do it. I'm bracing myself. But look, Texas wants to do this. They're going to squeeze out more House seats out of this. What are you expecting in retaliation?
Yeah, you have places like Massachusetts where they've literally gerrymandered so that there are no Republicans at all. It's not like they can really even retaliate on that. And look, Democrats have done this for years. Republicans have too. Both parties have engaged in partisan gerrymandering since the beginning of the Republic. The founding fathers did too. That's how we got the name of it. You can't take politics out of politics. Even in California, where they have a redistricting commission, even that process was hijacked in part by Democrats in 2012 after they passed the law there. So it's already partially gerrymandered in a state where they try to get rid of it. So this is sort of how politics, unfortunately, works. There's no way really around it. I think that Texas Republicans are sort of right in doing what they're doing, especially given what happened during the census, where a lot of representatives are essentially taken away from red states. So, yeah, I do expect further retaliation from Democrats, but they've already used their shots to do this before. I mean, they've been doing this for years. So, again, this is sort of how politics works. And so, unfortunately, the tour to go around the country to Illinois and these places that are so gerrymandered didn't exactly send the right message anyway. So I think that it's ultimately going to be a winner for Republicans who are going to gain some seats through this.
Yeah, it really backfired. There are more people now talking about Illinois and California and the unfair gerrymandering there than there ever were before. And to have not only them go to those states, but to have people like J.B. Pritzker and Gavin Newsom be the spokespeople against it was incredibly foolish and proves that there is no central leadership right now in the Democratic Party. Finally, Jared, I'm asking all my D.C. area guests about how they're feeling about the crackdown in D.C. against the crime that President Trump has put into place. I'm showing video now of a moped driver. There's a lot of crime being committed in D.C. by people riding these mopeds in the middle of the street, sometimes even up on sidewalks. This was, of course, this was a targeted takedown, though. I think the person they took down here had a specific warrant or information about him. But how is it feeling so far? I just saw something from the D.C. Police Union talking about massive drops in crime since this started. Somebody's happy about this, Jared.
Yeah, including myself. I mean, I've witnessed this so many times in 10 years living in Washington, D.C. A lot of these people riding mopeds and dirt bikes, they act as if they own the city. I mean, there have been so many incidents where they've stopped ambulances and where they've harassed and threatened people, and it feels like the city isn't taking care of it. I used to live on 14th Street, and about 100 of them would come, a gang from Baltimore, would drive down the street. The police would slowly follow behind. They would go around DuPont Circle, a very nice part of Washington, D.C., and these people act as if they own the place, and it feels very much like the city is not trying to protect the law-abiding citizens, where it's letting people who are essentially breaking the law do what they will and intimidate people. And frankly, it felt kind of good to see some of these people be taken off the street finally, because a lot of them are committing other crimes, including this individual who had multiple warrants out for his arrest. So these are bad people. This is illegal activity. It needs to stop. And I think there are going to be a lot of people, maybe even some who are screaming about what's going on, who are secretly very happy that this crime is being taken off the street, that the city is going to become a lot more safe after this, as criminals know that the just authorities are in charge now, not them.
Yeah, and wait till they see their property values go up and more businesses move into their neighborhood, and then they'll be even more happy. Jared Stepman from the Daily Signal, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks, Jake. You too.
Coming up, could there finally be a ceasefire deal that Hamas will agree to and actually keep? It appears Hamas is saying yes to that question, but should we believe them? And Comcast NBC strips its name off of MSNBC and gives it an almost comically bad new name. This is the equivalent of a girlfriend saying she wants to see other people, folks. American Sunrise Early Edition is coming right back to talk about that.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. This is Asheville, North Carolina, the liberal bastion of Western North Carolina. I hear so many people I know from Western North Carolina, great people who complain about the liberals in Asheville. It's actually a beautiful city. I'm sure they've got some conservatives too. Special welcome to all of you who are joining us and watching on Getter and Rumble. Thank you so much for that. Hey, earlier this year, you might remember, NBC Universal and the parent of that company, Comcast, spun off some of its companies. In other words, it split the company off a little bit, put some of its divisions into a whole new company, and they created a company called Versant. One of the divisions they shipped over to Versant was MSNBC. And when that happened, I told you here on this program that it was likely Comcast was doing this in the hopes of either selling off MSNBC or somehow further separating it from the rest of Comcast. Well, yesterday we found out exactly that was true. The company has gone a step further. It is renamed MSNBC. They're now going to call it MS Now. I don't know what that means. And to me, Emily Finn joins us now, Real America's Voice contributor, Emily Finn. And Emily, this really feels to me like a girlfriend telling you she wants to see other people. This is NBC and NBC Universal and Comcast saying they literally want to wipe their name off of this property. And it's obvious to me that they're looking to jettison this thing, or at least completely downsize it.
Yes, I think you are spot on with that. It feels more like dropping your last name in a divorce or something. I mean, this is pretty extreme, pretty serious. Who gets custody of Rachel Maddow? I don't know. But they've even dropped in their logo, the peacock that you're showing on the screen right now. They've replaced it with this red and white flag. So they couldn't even keep custody of the pet, the peacock. The internet trolls, they've been really unkind to this rebrand. Jake, MS Now, kind of like how with CNN they call it Clown News Network. They're already saying most surely no one watching. That's what that stands for. So I think that might be one of my favorites so far. But yeah, this I don't know how this is going to play out for them. They're supposed to roll out this rebrand by the end of the year. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that divorce, Jake.
Yeah, and I want all the viewers to, and I'm repeating myself, something I've talked about in the past, but I don't know if everyone remembers. People need to understand that channels like MSNBC, channels like CNN, even some of the broadcast news divisions at a place like ABC or NBC and CBS, for the last several years, really maybe even more than 10 years, they haven't really been all about making money. If they were, this would have happened years ago. There would have been massive downsizing, there would have been restructuring, there would have been new leadership brought in much sooner and much more often. You need to understand that the companies that own these news divisions, in the case of Comcast for MSNBC, in the case of Disney, which owns ABC, and Warner Brothers with CNN, they are using these channels not necessarily really as moneymakers or hope to be moneymakers, but as lobbying arms. They are using them as a lobby or an in-kind contribution to Democrats in Washington. And as long as Democrats in Washington are in control of the bureaucracy and also when they control the White House and Congress, this is basically a cheaper way for them to lobby them. Hey, come on our network. We'll give you favorable treatment. We will promote your ideas basically for free. It's like an in-kind contribution. This actually should be investigated by the Federal Election Commission. But now that President Trump is in power, that Congress is controlled by the Republicans, the usefulness of a lobbying arm like this is much diminished. So this is the time. And if the Congress stays in Republican hands, and if President Trump is succeeded by another Republican, I think we're going to see more of this downsizing because there's no need to lobby people who aren't there.
I think you are making all kinds of great points with that, Jake. You could throw some different color schemes and different logos on a network, but it really comes down to, like you said, the content on that network. If these are pay-to-play kind of segments that are just pushing ideas, I think people are seeing through that these days.
Yeah, I think people need to understand, I love how some of the other networks make fun of the low ratings at NBC and CNN, and it's completely missing the point. These are supposed to be mouthpieces for the swamp, and they certainly were. Boy, one of the things we see, Emily, is when we see this Russiagate hoax unfolding and getting more of the details, a lot of us suspected, but getting more of the details, we see where are all the interviews where these Russiagate collusion liars were on promoting this narrative? On CNN, on MSNBC, getting a tremendous amount of attention. This is an in-kind campaign contribution, in my opinion, and should be looked into. I'd love to see President Trump put out a Truth Social post about how he's going to sick the FEC on these companies, because that's what they did. That's totally what they did.
That may be coming here soon, Jake. He's been going after, everyone in the media that has been, for years and years doing what they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, we should start a little pool. What's the next Truth Social going to be about? Emily Finn, thank you so much for joining. We're going to talk together again between 9 and 9:30 about some of the business news. So thanks for joining me now.
Thanks, Jake.
Hey, is the continued divide between President Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time? Or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or an old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Coming up, Mark Zuckerberg has been pretty and frighteningly open about making Meta and Facebook all about AI. There's only one problem. He's having trouble doing it right. That story and Moving America are next when American Sunrise Early Edition continues.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Live look at Dallas, Texas this morning. They got the building in green, maybe for the Mavericks. Remember that used to be their color all the time? They might be looking forward to basketball season already in Dallas. Not looking so good for the Cowboys. Hate to jinx them before the season starts, but there you go. Hey, let's take a look at where the markets are going to begin today. This has been an incredibly flat market. Look at these low numbers. They're just flat. You know, not good, not bad, just flat. And that's because investors, it looks to me like they are just completely waiting on the Fed. Here's the problem. The Fed doesn't make their decision about interest rates until September. I mean, I don't know how much longer we can go just flat like this, but that's where we are. You know what isn't flat? Look at crude oil. We got a 62 handle per barrel on crude oil. And what did I tell you yesterday? If you want to know whether progress is being made towards peace or not, look at the oil prices. If they go down in any significant way, that means we're closer to peace. So there you go. It's not a huge move down, but it's still a move down, and that means investors believe some progress towards peace has been made. Because if there's peace, then Russian sanctions on Russian oil will be relaxed. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin, because Bitcoin, unlike the rest of the markets, has been moving a little bit more. And there you see, it's the second day in a row in that new window. It is below 117 at 115. So there we are on Bitcoin, 115,000. Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook parent Meta are all about AI now, but it's not exactly working out so well. Meta has now had to rework its AI structure, its AI division, 4 times in the last 6 months. And the PR that it's getting from what it's already doing with AI isn't exactly very good. There are reports that AI bots on some of the platforms, like Meta and Instagram, have been having sexually related conversations with children. That's not good. There was also a 76-year-old man who died in New Jersey a few days ago while trying to get to New York to meet a woman that he thought was real, but was really an AI chatbot. That's not exactly the world that Mark Zuckerberg is promising us with AI, but he has gone all in on it. He really believes that people interacting with imaginary beings on AI is really the future for social media. Maybe it's because he doesn't really have any real friends. I don't really know why he's doing this, but he's not doing it right. But I got to tell you, the stock is still doing well. It lost 2% yesterday. That's a big one-day drop for them. But Meta shares are still up 31% for the year so far. But maybe that's a bubble. Maybe it's time to sell off a little bit until they get this AI thing right, if they can. Another day, another example of the Trump effect in big pharma. Novo Nordisk, that's the Danish company that makes a lot of those weight loss drugs. It is now going to offer cash-paying U.S. people its blockbuster diabetes drug, Ozempic. You know what Ozempic is. You've seen the commercials a million times. And it's going to offer it to them for less than half of the monthly list price if you pay cash. Patients can now pay $499 per month for 3 different dose sizes, if they choose, of Ozempic through the drug's official website. Folks, this comes after President Trump sent separate letters to Novo Nordisk and 16 other drug makers back in July, calling on them to reduce their prices. Novo Nordisk shares gained 4% yesterday on this news. Investors like this idea that they're finding a new way to get to customers and lowering prices. They're going to hopefully make that money back, at least for them, with volume. The big retail chains, by the way, are in the spotlight on Wall Street this week. We just got Home Depot earnings. They came in not so great, but the stock is not getting punished because investors believe they will go and continue to make decent money going forward. But we got some other big names coming up. Tomorrow we have Target that will give its report card, and Walmart on Thursday. Investors are looking very closely at these big retail chains to see if the tariffs are affecting consumer spending and if maybe some other aspects of the economy are changing. So keep your eye on some of these big names. These aren't like companies you never heard of. This is Home Depot. This is Walmart. This is Target. We'll see what their numbers are, and I will tell them to you and give you some analysis. Right now, I think the Home Depot number is pretty good. In fact, the stock right now in the pre-market is just about trading positively now. So obviously, investors aren't too upset about them slightly missing some of their profit forecasts. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. This is Moving America, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company, artilleryteaco.com. Use promo code RAV for 10% off your first order. Artillery tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical-free, and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran-owned and operated. And a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. artilleryteaco.com, promo code RAV for 10% off your first order. I know I didn't need another reason to dislike EVs, but maybe you do. So here goes. A new study shows new and faster charging EV chargers pollute the air in the vicinity when they're in use. Isn't that nice? Apparently they spread a certain pollutant that really, really degrades the quality of the air around you. Now, it's not clear how harmful the charger emissions are, but I will let Greta Thunberg know so she can start screaming at those EV chargers immediately. My goodness, the environmental positives from EVs just continue to diminish every day. I don't even know if it is positive. And of course, a lot of you watching know what happens to those batteries and how unfriendly they are to the environment. I'm starting to really misunderstand any positive effect of EVs. I really am. All right. I may not like EVs, but I do like good old American ingenuity. That I do like, and confidence. And Ford's EV chief, he's the chief of their EV and their digital design officer. His name is Doug Field. He certainly has confidence. This week, he's responding to questions about all the EV competition coming from those cheaper Chinese brands like BYD. And he confidently says he doesn't think the Chinese will be able to keep up with the cutting-edge abilities of Ford's engineers. He's probably right, as long as the Chinese don't steal Ford ideas. They are known to do that, Doug. I hope he knows that. Okay, now let's talk gasoline. It's taken a while, but the national average price for a gallon of regular is down to $3.13. That's compared to $3.41 a year ago. Actually, the price in a lot of the parts of the country is much lower than that. Remember, you have states like California and counties like Westchester County here in New York that have massive taxes that are added to every gallon of gas. So your mileage may vary, no pun intended. Where I live here on Long Island, it's well below $3 now. We're in the 280s. I'm sure a lot of you watching are seeing prices closer to $2.50. Again, with the per barrel price well below $65, we should get under $3 for the national average very soon. I thought that was going to happen within the first 6 months of the Trump administration. Now maybe I'll say 9 months or 10 months, but I think we're headed for a national average below the $3 handle really soon. And when that happens, you will be the first to know by watching Moving America here on this program. Hey, but if you're looking for another bargain, don't expect to find one when you bring your already pricey performance card to the dealer for routine maintenance. One owner of a 2021 BMW M3 that you're looking at right now is writing online about his dealer and how they tried to charge him $1,200 for routine maintenance, like a couple of air filters that were changed. No, I'm serious. Now, naturally, this guy went to an independent auto shop where he got all the maintenance down well below $300 for what was going on with this car. Hey, folks, the dealers a lot of dealers in this country are great. A lot of them aren't. They see someone roll up with a BMW M3 and they think it's time to shake him down. Buyer beware. That's the best I can tell you right now. Hey, but at least at the dealer you get free coffee and Wi-Fi in the waiting room, but that's not worth $1,200. Okay, coming up. President Trump said it again over the weekend. The only way to get the Israeli and Israeli-American hostages out of Gaza and away from Hamas is for Hamas to be totally wiped out. But is a new ceasefire deal going to get that accomplished as well? We'll check. And so far, nothing seems to be stopping communist Zohran Mamdani from winning the New York City mayor race. Is there any way he can lose? We'll look for some answers to those questions when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves. So we told our team, make more. And wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
It's Tuesday, August 19th. Here are this morning's top stories. Hey, is this really happening? It does appear like President Trump has achieved some significant progress for peace, as Ukrainian President Zelensky and the other European leaders seriously consider the next steps and some options to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Speaking of peace, it appears Hamas has finally accepted a ceasefire deal that includes handing over some hostages, but Israel isn't so sure Hamas really means it. Neither am I. Another victory now, much more likely, is the redistricting of Texas that should help preserve a House GOP majority. That's because the Texas runaway Democrats are really returning home now, and that will kill any more significant delays in the redistricting plan. And now on to another battle for Democratic integrity. President Trump is waging war on mail-in ballots, hinting that an executive order to ban them could be on the way. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition on this Tuesday. I'm Jake Novak. Special welcome to those of you on the Getter and the Rumble platforms, watching us there and commenting, getting some great numbers from many of you telling me what you're paying for gas across the country. Most of you telling me you're paying a lot less than that $3.13 per gallon national average. I have to, again, emphasize national average. I do think we're going to get under $3 really soon on that national average, but some of you are paying some really great low prices. Again, here for me, I'm paying $2.84 here on Long Island a gallon, and I am grateful. I am very, very grateful. So it is, again, August 19th. Happy birthday to my dad, by the way. And also welcome to Irit Trash. She's our next guest. She is a former chair of the Trump 47 National Women's Leadership Coalition. And Irit, here we go again. I want to talk about something that President Trump talked about over the weekend. Not a lot of coverage of it, and that's understandable with all the Ukraine stuff going on at the White House. But President Trump mentioned in a very strong True Social post, they're all strong, I guess, that Hamas really won't really get these hostages back unless Hamas is totally wiped out. But we're hearing over the last 18 hours or so that Hamas has agreed. Remember, they keep rejecting ceasefire deals, but now they say they've agreed, at least reportedly so, to a new deal that will send over a lot of the hostages, not all of them, back over to Israel and in some cases the United States. I know the Israeli government is skeptical about this. What's your take on this, Irit? Because I'll believe it when I see it.
I feel the same way. I'm skeptical as well. Don't forget, Hamas is a genocidal terrorist group. You can't trust anything they say. With that said, President Trump is the president of peace, and if anyone can get it done, he can get it done. Israel, though, said they will not agree to a deal that just allows for this piecemeal approach of releasing hostages, 5 here, 10 here. They want all the hostages released at one time, and we know that must be the case because time is running out. Time is not on their side. We've seen those horrific videos of the hostages. They're emaciated, and they need to come out as soon as possible. Israel never asked for this war. Israel did not want this war, and it is conducting this war in the most humane way possible under urban conditions. And President Trump, aside from having common sense, he has great instincts. He understands that the only language these terrorists speak is the language of determination and strength. And the only way these hostages that Hamas will be inclined to release the hostages is through military pressure.
Yeah, and we have proof of that. This is the same deal that Hamas rejected a number of times. So what changed between now and those other rejections was that not only did Israel talk about occupying Gaza, but there was a plan, and they already started moving towards Gaza City to completely occupy it. That is what changed it. That kind of military power is what changed their mind. Now imagine what we'll get if Israel decides to get even more tough and bring in more of a blunt force into the area and make it clear that they're taking over. We might actually get a complete surrender. So you're right. They understand this kind of blunt force. President Trump understands that. For those of you wondering why they accepted this now and not before, there's your answer. What I'm really skeptical about, though, is another issue that's going on right now in New York City, and that is the anti-American and communist Zoran Mamdani, who, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the polls and I'm just looking at the tea leaves, and it doesn't look like there's any way this guy is going to be stopped from winning the mayoral election. Not only are there too many other candidates in a crowded field that will dilute any opposition to him, but let's be honest, the people running against him, especially Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo, they are very, very flawed candidates. And obviously, I'm willing to choose them over Zoran Mamdani any day of the week. But I can't really blame other voters for having a huge problem with that. I mean, this is our choice. Why is New York City getting such a horrible choice? Again, I can answer my own question. The way politics are in America, we should be asking another question, which is, why is there any criminal in America not running for office, specifically in New York City? But is there any hope, you read, to stop this guy?
I don't know. Like you said, the other Cuomo and Adams are very flawed candidates. I mean, are they even campaigning? I haven't seen Cuomo at all out on the campaign trail. I've seen Curtis Sliwa a lot pounding the pavement, meeting New Yorkers, but it's just really baffling to me. Nearly 25 years after 9/11, we have an anti-Semitic, anti-American socialist on track to lead the most important and largest city in America. And I blame the Democratic Party for this. They are his enablers. They allowed this to happen. Remember, in 1980, Tom Metzger was a Democrat Ku Klux Klan leader. He won California's special election to lead the 43rd Congressional District. Democrats at the time came out against him. Senator Alan Cranston from California said, don't vote for him, vote for the Republican. You don't see any Democrats doing that today. And I knew from 2019, when Nancy Pelosi posed on the cover of Rolling Stone with members of the squad, that this was it. The Democratic Party was on track to let this progressive creep happen in their own party. And then they all voted unanimously, too, to preserve Ilhan Omar's seat on the House Foreign Affairs Committee a couple years later. And it's just gone from bad to worse. It's just a matter of time. It was just a matter of time before someone like Zoran Mamdani came to power. And it's going to be a total catastrophe for all New Yorkers, for Jewish New Yorkers. As a Jewish New Yorker, I'm petrified to have someone like him lead the city. I mean, what if something happens? You're going to call the police and a social worker is going to show up and not a police officer. It's just insanity. But I blame the Democratic Party. They own this. Zoran Mamdani is the face of the party today. Yeah, and he's actually going to become the impromptu, or de facto, I should say,
chairman of the Republican National Committee, because he's going to get a lot of Republicans elected in other parts of the country when they see that this is the face of the Democratic Party. Speaking of elections, you're a politically engaged woman. You've been involved in the Trump campaign. So I need to ask you this question about mail-in ballots, and a point I want to make, and I've been making for many years about mail-in ballots. We can talk about fraud. We can talk about ballot stuffing. All of that is absolutely relevant. But what I say all the time about mail-in ballots, is that they're not secret ballots. I have no idea who is in the room when that ballot is being filled out. And so I have an idea I need to bounce off of you, since you're an engaged political woman. I think that the Republicans should do a dramatized event in a commercial where you have a man in a wife-beater undershirt standing over his wife, forcing her to fill out a mail-in ballot the way he wants, just to show how just absolutely ridiculous mail-in balloting is. Now, do you think that would resonate?
I actually do, and I think it would be a nice counter to what the Democrats did. Remember, they had that ad during the presidential election where a woman went in with her family, with her husband, to vote at the ballot box and had to hide her vote from her husband because she was voting for Kamala Harris, which is totally insane. Right. We don't hide our votes from our husband. What we were hiding from was Democrat Party sanctimony and their constant scolding of Republican females. That's what we're hiding from. So I actually think your idea would be a nice counter to the Democrat ads that they've been putting out slamming Republican women.
All right, so everyone who wears wife-beater undershirts, I'm doing a casting call at my house later today. Make sure you look really mean, angry, and maybe a little drunk. Speaking of women in voting, though, listen, as a woman who is involved in the Republican Party, I have to ask you, again, we still have this major gender gap. In the last election, President Trump polled 10 percentage points lower than Kamala Harris among women. That's, by the way, par for the course. President Trump didn't do really any worse than any Republican has over the last 30 years. But I have to ask you, how can we fix this? Because when you talk about women voting in America, whether it's justified or not, it just seems like we keep getting back to the abortion issue over and over again. And I know that, of course, not all women are pro-choice. Not all women are in favor of no restrictions on abortion. I get that, and we can absolutely work with that. But still, it really seems like that's the conversation ender for a lot of Republican candidates. Is there any way around this?
Absolutely. And Trump really improved his numbers nationally among women. Anecdotally, I can tell you, I've been meeting a lot of women here, lifelong Democrats who have switched their party affiliation. A lot of Jewish women, they can't stand the Democrats appeasing the pro-Hamas protesters. They have kids on college campuses. But in terms of the GOP, the Democrats, you are absolutely right. They're constantly trying to pigeonhole women into the abortion issue. And we care about a host of other issues. We want strong schools, safe streets. We want to stop illegal immigration because it's contributing to overcrowded classrooms. We don't only care about abortion. In fact, I would say that's not on the top three issues when I speak to women. And I also would say, look at the women we have in the GOP: Elise Stefanik, Claudia Tenney, Lisa McClain. These are serious legislators. They're critical thinkers. Who do the Democrats have? Jasmine Crockett, AOC. They don't speak to women. We want role models for our daughters. We want to be inspired. And I think as the next election rolls around, we are going to see market improvement with the GOP and women voters. It's headed in that direction now for a couple of years.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. Another interesting point one of the viewers just made on the Getter chat about how men aren't turning out at the polls in the numbers that women are. So if you want to improve, that's another thing to improve. Maybe get Republican women to get their boyfriends, husbands, and sons to the polls as well. That's a good answer to that problem as well. Irit Trott, thank you for joining us. First time in this program. We will definitely have you back. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, President Trump is hinting at taking his D.C. crime-fighting efforts on the road to other crime-plagued cities like Chicago. Hey, that's a way to get the women's vote when people feel more safe, especially women on the streets, by the way. Terrence Bates and I will get into that when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
Who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust in the workshop. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. The HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again. Get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube, the crevice nozzle, and the soft brush nozzle, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 ducks per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price, so don't delay. Duck it up today.
Call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com now.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
It's a live shot of Breckenridge, Colorado. Getting some new live morning looks this morning, and I love it. Different parts of the country, and there you see it this morning. Obviously, they're a couple hours behind the East Coast. We're going to go to Denver in just a second, by the way, same state in just a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for watching and following and commenting. A lot of comments this morning on the Getter and Rumble chats. Hey, President Trump says Chicago may be the next city where his administration will take steps like it is doing now in Washington to curb crime. And I want to talk about one other aspect as we bring in Terrence Bates from Denver right now. One other aspect about this crime fighting effort. You know, we know about how it's simply about trying to reduce the violence, simply about trying to make the cities look better and safer. But I want to remind everybody of the economic aspect of this. I know that they've taught you since you were a little boy and girl that poor people, poverty, that's the reason why there's crime. If we just get rid of poverty, then people won't rob us. That is the exact opposite of the truth. It's the other way around. Crime causes poverty. It's not that poverty causes crime. Crime causes poverty. And Terrence, the greatest anti-poverty program in the history of the world, in addition to capitalism, is law and order. If you have law-abiding but strict police on the streets making sure that people won't get robbed, and making sure that businesses feel comfortable in a neighborhood, then your economy gets better. Your poverty is reduced. There are parts of Chicago, Terrence, where you can't do business legitimately, period, because of the crime, not because people are poor.
Jake, I hear you. I'm going to challenge that notion just a little bit in that I think immorality is what causes crime. I think it's a value set. It's a value system, a loss or lack of values that lead people to crime or lead people to think it's okay to rob their neighbor. When you get back to a certain value system, when you get back to the idea of, all right, even though I don't have, I'm still going to work for what I want. I'm not going to rob my neighbor. I'm not going to get what I want by hook or crook. You get back to a place where communities are built, where businesses feel safe building in specific neighborhoods and flourishing in specific neighborhoods, and you find that people are resilient. That's just my experience. I'm not telling you what I've heard. I'm telling you what I know. This comes from, and again, case in point, I'm from Chicago. I think that's part of the reason we're having this conversation. I'm from the south side of Chicago, and I came up in an area, there were lots of gangs during my time, but you also still had an older generation that worked and that was proud to be homeowners and that took care of their lawns and took care of their neighborhoods. And it was a value system. Was it perfect? No. But I think there was a certain morality that was in place that kept crime at a minimum, and you had moms and dads and parents who were looking out for the younger kids. If you got in trouble, it might not even be by your own parents. It was a neighbor out there that was admonishing you for having done something wrong. I think we need to get back to that. It's a value system. That would be my argument.
Well, I think our arguments are aligned, because here's what I say, and here's when I have a little bit, when I write about this, I get into that morality aspect, and here's what I say. I talk about how morality is not based on one's economic situation, and the stats prove me out. A poor person is not any more likely to rob you or to commit a crime than a wealthy person. Bernie Madoff was wealthy. Osama bin Laden was wealthy. The underwear bomber was wealthy. It's not about the fact that you're poor doesn't mean you're going to be more likely to rob someone. It's about, yes, it is about your moral upbringing and whether you know it's right or wrong, and whether you're going to act on that or not act on that. And people, again, this is something that people mistake. They say, well, if someone is poor, then it's okay for them to rob, and there's a different moral set of rules for them. No, there aren't. I know many poor people who would never rob anyone of a penny, and I know a lot of rich people who would take me for all I have.
Absolutely. So there's a common phrase that I came up with, and I don't know if it was just a Chicago thing, but this was a common phrase that you would hear a lot of parents say, of older people say. And they would always say, just because you live in the ghetto doesn't mean the ghetto has to live in you. And I think that specifically speaks to that whole idea of no matter where you live, you can have a certain value system, you can have a certain morality, and you live that out no matter your circumstances, no matter where you are. And that's something that has carried with me really throughout my life, and I think probably with most of my contemporaries. I think we still have that sort of mentality. Now it is said that the younger generation has lost that, but at least for my generation, I can speak for us, I think that was a pretty common saying that we've all held on to.
That's right. And this is why we can't ignore these neighborhoods and these communities. If President Trump sends law enforcement, again, law-abiding law enforcement, not looking to round up people just because they're there, but if President Trump sends that will show a concern for these areas and for the people who are trying to do right in those areas that both Democrats and Republicans, too many Republicans, have ignored for too long. But I don't want you to ignore this program, because in the next 2 hours, if you stick here on Real America's Voice, you're going to get 2 great hours of American Sunrise. I'll be joining in the 9 a.m. hour, and American Sunrise Early Edition will be back for a Wednesday tomorrow morning.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. And look, we're starting the week with big news. President Trump, of course, met with Vladimir Putin on Friday, but today he is going to be meeting at the White House with Volodymyr Zelensky, as well as what I call Volodymyr Zelensky's entourage. A number of European Union leaders are going to be joining him at the White House. It seems to me that these European leaders showing up is really putting even more pressure on Volodymyr Zelensky to move, to budge a little bit, and to give some concessions in order to realize peace. It seems to me that they're also invested just like Ukraine is invested.
I do believe that some of them, though, want peace, want this to end, want relations to stabilize, and I think that they are coming here on that potential of a breakthrough. But make no mistake, you see the media narrative and you see some in the administration, in the establishment, government that want this to continue. There is no doubt that they would be happy endlessly funding more weapons, more supplies to Ukraine to keep this killing of hundreds of thousands of people going in perpetuity. President Trump wants an end to that. He wants to bring peace, and the only way is to bring both sides together, negotiate, and come up with some concessions that both sides can be okay with.
You know, Rebecca, what does it mean that other European leaders are joining Zelensky in this meeting? Is it some type of support? Maybe provide some feedback? What does it mean?
Well, the European leaders are very concerned that the deal that is going to be struck is going to favor Russia and not Ukraine. They're trying to draw some red lines for President Trump, but they can't enforce those red lines. They don't have the military capability and they don't have the strategy. So they should just back out and let President Trump do his magic and implement his art of the deal.
Talk to us a bit more about the role that those European leaders are going to play during this meeting at the White House between Trump and Zelensky today. I mean, the term too many cooks in the kitchen kind of comes to my mind. Could this complicate things a little bit more to have so many leaders all in the same room?
It could. And so the question then becomes, what did like Ursula von der Leyen and Zelensky talk about in Brussels before they even came here? What is their strategy, their game plan, the end state that they're looking for? Is it a positive one or could it be a negative one? I think the best thing that can happen is something very positive occurs in the one-on-one discussion between Trump and Zelensky before you get to the European leaders mixing in amongst the rest of it.
You push it. You try to slide it. You even try to hold them shut. But your doors just won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Brand new ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. And now may be your last chance to get them at a low price. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. So forget drawers that won't stay closed. Every drawer stays closed. It's so fast and so easy. Even large sliding doors or cordless window blinds. Everything stays closed with Monkey Magnets. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet that's powerful attraction keeps your doors and drawers securely shut. These magnets are so strong they can hold this hammer that's nearly 5 pounds. Plus they're super thin. They'll fit just about anywhere, and they stay out of sight. Even screw them in for a more permanent solution. Monkey Magnets are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, accordion doors, and more. They're made of ultra-durable metal, so even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Use them anywhere outside the house, even on that stubborn mailbox that won't stay shut. Monkey Magnets can stick anywhere, from drywall to all types of wood frames, metal surfaces, and more. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of Monkey Magnets for only $9.99. Monkey Magnets are guaranteed to last 10 years or your money back. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Monkey Magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 full house pack per order while supplies last. So order now to keep all your doors and drawers shut tight with Monkey Magnets.
Call 1-800-519-4810. That's 1-800-519-4810. Call or visit getmonkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4810. Order now.
Just ahead on American Sunrise, President Trump met with Zelensky at the White House just days after meeting with Putin. Are we closer to ending the war? We'll have the latest for you on that. Plus, Democrats from Texas State House finally showed up to work after 2 weeks. What kind of punishment will they face? We'll take a look. And finally, President Trump wants to make mail-in ballots go away forever. Can he pull it off? We have those stories, so much more as American Sunrise starts right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Gina. We are live with you from the Palm Beaches. Let's bring in Emily Finn, who's here in West Palm Beach with me, and Terrence Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning to both of you. There's 6,000 new words in the dictionary today, but they're not all good ones. We'll talk about that maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, they add the TikTok words. I don't even know that it's a topic we need to discuss. It makes me so angry because I'm like, those aren't real words. Like, I think it's a day and age when people need to improve their vocabulary, not like take themselves to the lowest common denominator. But that's just me. Oh, tradition. That's pretty interesting.
Maybe some Gen Z kind of words
exactly.
in there. I'm not like no cap. I don't even know what that means. That's the only one that could come to mind.
Well, apparently there's 5,000 more of those somewhere. Sorry, T, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Emily, speaking of capping, President Trump definitely not capping when he says he's going to try to create a trilateral meeting. You see what I did there? He's definitely not lying. He is on the job trying to get a trilateral meeting between Putin and Zelensky. He, of course, met with Zelensky at the White House yesterday and said that a peace deal is possible.
I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result.
So look, Dr. G, President Trump, I think, is doing a wonderful job. He is really leading as the leader of the free world in terms of trying to bring about peace. But the more we talk about it, the more headlines he gets, the more I get concerned about Vladimir Putin doing something to try to derail or put egg on President Trump's face in all of this. I'm sorry. I'm fearful that Putin will do something that will turn all of this around, all of this success around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that could go wrong here. You have a lot of personalities at play. You have a lot of different motivations happening. But Terrence, if you're sitting down, I don't know if you heard over the weekend, I believe it was, that if you're sitting down, Terrence, because I kind of don't know the setup.
I am sitting down.
There.
I'm sitting down.
That Hillary Clinton even agreed that Donald Trump might be a candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize. That's how well he's doing. And she said, of course, under certain circumstances and et cetera, et cetera. But for her to even acknowledge that that's a thing is a thing, right, Emily?
Absolutely. We are 3 years into this war. I think everybody is on the same page that we have to end it somehow. And it's great that this is the closest that we've gotten through President Trump's efforts with meeting with both sides, with Putin and with Zelensky. And I think that trilateral meeting is going to be the next step in all of this, Terrence and Gina.
Gina, by the way, Hillary ended her statement saying no cap, which means no lie.
Yes, I think she did.
I'm joking.
I think there's a lot of slang in the new dictionary that might describe Hillary. Anyway, instead of doing that, let's check out today's Bible verse. It's from Psalm 37:7. Rest in the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret of him who prospers in his way because of the man who brings wicked schemes to pass. And always so many great reminders in there when it seems like the bad guys are getting good things happening to them or the whole converse of that. There's a lot in the Bible about that. You can always go there and check it out. All right. As we've been covering President Trump, he met with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the White House. Here is more of what President Trump had to say. Take a listen.
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped.
Yeah, we're reading a lot of statistics about the children that have died in that war. We shouldn't be surprised. Children die in every war, but somehow hearing it said makes it more real. Let's bring in Missouri Congressman Mark Alford. Congressman, the meetings between Putin and Trump and Zelensky, what is your takeaway, if you had to give like your top takeaway from all of this? The things that, not the things that the news headlines are saying, Congressman, but the things that you see that maybe are beneath the surface.
Well, Dr. Gina, Terrence, thanks for having me on. Love being on your show. Look, what a difference this meeting was from 6 months ago. Number one, there's a lot more gold in the Oval Office. I don't know if you've noticed that, but also this golden age, this golden era that President Trump, with true leadership, is trying to bring to the world stage and has brought to the world stage, bringing all these European leaders together in one place. I don't think that's ever been done at the White House before. And then to bring Zelensky in and to have a very honest conversation with Zelensky, but also, I think, a very polite conversation with him to try to move him forward as well. This is, look, Donald J. Trump is the snake charmer at this point. Putin is the cobra. And all we're looking for now is a mongoose. And I think that's going to be the European nations, not necessarily NATO, but this European consortium that's going to provide some protection along with the United States of America, hopefully no boots on the ground from the USA, but maybe air cover, whatever this partnership ends up looking like that gives Ukraine some security guarantees that we can stop the killing in Ukraine.
All right, Congressman, so I'm going to follow you down that road because that's, of course, a huge part of any deal would be the security guarantees. Have you already had any conversations with your colleagues about how far or the kind of appetite that Congress might have in terms of security guarantees and U.S. involvement in any sort of security on the European continent?
I haven't, but I am listening to my district. We're going to be out today traveling several hundred miles talking with business leaders and farmers and ranchers. I know one thing, Terrence, that they have been really iffy on and, in fact, opposed to since I've been in office the last 2.5 years is sending any further money to Ukraine. We've spent more than $300 billion so far in sending armaments and money to help with humanitarian causes, which is a good thing. I think Europe can shoulder most of those now. We've also sent money to prop up their government when we couldn't even fund our own government, $37 trillion in debt. So the American people have had it with that. I think this deal that Trump has worked out with NATO countries, and he mentioned this yesterday, that we are selling these NATO countries armaments, Patriot missile batteries, and then they're getting them into Ukraine. That is going to be how we operate. And Putin is on the ropes now, I think, because of the security guarantees that we're setting up, but also the sanctions that President Trump could enforce on other countries that are buying oil from Russia. If that stops, then the money dries up and Putin will not be able to wage war. We've got to make sure that this cobra is put back in the basket.
Congressman, I do want to switch gears here for a moment. President Trump says that he wants to end mail-in voting. Take a look at this.
So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible things, and now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad, I hate to take your time with this, but I'm glad you asked me that question. We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt.
That was during yesterday's press conference with Zelensky. You know, Congressman, how do you see this playing out? Like the president says, mail-in ballots are a fraud?
I absolutely agree with President Trump on this. Missouri does not have mail-in ballots except for an excused absentee, and a lot of times those have to be notarized. 8 states right now allow mail-in voting. In fact, they send these ballots to every registered voter. Some, as we've seen in the past, getting 2 and 3 ballots per address for the same registered voter. It is setting us up for fraud. And whether that fraud is actually happening or not, why would we even open the door to this fraud? I believe it is happening. It has happened in past elections. I think it has swayed some of the election results. President Trump is onto something here. America wants free and fair elections. Our past Secretary of State here in Missouri, Jay Ashcroft, was very much on point with that. And now our current Secretary of State, Denny Hoskins, is leading the charge to make sure we have election integrity in Missouri. It should be nationwide.
Speaking of Missouri politics, Missouri AG Andrew Bailey was named as co-deputy director of the FBI. What does this mean in terms of who will appoint his replacement in Missouri, and what do you think he adds?
Well, there's 3 names on the list right now. We're having a phone call with Governor Kehoe, who will make that appointment. Our past governor, I think, ended up appointing 7 executives to fill slots that were vacated for various reasons, most of them good, if not all of them good. This is a chance for Mike Kehoe, our new governor, to really show what he's made of, to put someone in place who's going to have the same veracity and tenacity that Andrew Bailey has had. Andrew's a friend of mine. We've campaigned together in the past. He's going to make a great deputy director along with Dan Bongino. This is going to be a trifecta. I was texting Kash Patel last night, telling him congratulations because this is a great pick for America. He's going to be able to fill in some of the gaps that are there right now from the FBI. And I think you're going to see some great things out of Andrew Bailey in the future.
Hey, Congressman, before we let you go, very quickly, when you return to Washington, you're going to return to National Guard troops and heightened security there in the city, which leads to the question, and let's take Kansas City, for instance. Would you support President Trump potentially deploying National Guard troops or helping to secure Kansas City, which also, sorry, but it's not necessarily the safest city in the country? Would you support that sort of move?
Yeah, we're nearing on 100 murders this year in Kansas City. Could be a record. Things have really gotten out of control here. You know, when Trump was in office the first time, they started something called Operation Legend, where he sent in federal officers to help with some of the crime here in Missouri. We are getting the FBI is going to be broken up out of D.C., and we're getting a large contingent, I think about 21 new FBI agents here in the Kansas City area. I think it's paramount that we get the crime under control. I think it's working in D.C., but that's a little bit different story in that the District of Columbia is a federal district. And so there's this 30-day window of opportunity for the National Guard there to go in. And as you've seen, have made a great effect, had a great effect, arresting more than 300 persons now and getting crime under control, whether the mayor and the city council there likes it or not. Trump is going to do something about a crime. He's going to clean house, and he's going to make sure that Washington, D.C. is a shining example of freedom, democracy, and hope, and not a cesspool.
Congressman Alford, thank you so much for being with us. Hey to everybody in the Show Me State. Enjoy your drive across it tomorrow. It's one of the most beautiful places to drive. All right.
God bless you.
God bless you. All right. Coming up, we check out the hottest headlines from the RAV newsroom with T. Bates. And later, RAV's own Brian Glynn praised Ukrainian President Zelensky for wearing a suit to the White House meeting with Trump. How did Zelensky respond? Well, we're going to show you when American Sunrise returns in just a moment.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner for Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal.
Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. Coming up, negotiations and exasperations as the path to peace between Ukraine and Russia takes center stage at the White House. In moments, the details of that meeting, but first, Terrence Bates is standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom, all sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
President Trump says he'll organize a trilateral meeting between Russia, Ukraine, and himself as soon as possible. Now, that is arguably the biggest development from Monday's White House meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky and a handful of European heads of state.
And I have a feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out. Ultimately, this is a decision that can only be made by President Zelensky and by the people of Ukraine working also together in agreement with President Putin. And I just think that's very good things are going to come of it.
During his remarks, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief made it clear that he would rather not participate in the talks, but would if all parties requested his presence. Ukraine's leader says he is open to one-on-one talks with Vladimir Putin, but also emphasized that he would welcome President Trump's attendance. At this point, there's no word on an exact date for the trilateral meeting. We'll, of course, update you as soon as that meet is set. Texas lawmakers could pass a new congressional voting map as soon as today. On Monday, enough Democrat lawmakers returned to the state house after being AWOL for 2 weeks for the chamber to have a quorum. Many left the state for Illinois in order to block a vote on that voting map. Texas's Republican Speaker of the House gavelled lawmakers into session Monday afternoon with enough Democrats present to begin voting. Since the GOP has significant majorities in the House and Senate, quick passage of the new maps is virtually certain. As for the more than 50 Democrats who left the state and shirked their duties, they are now facing civil arrest warrants and were only allowed to leave the House chambers in the custody of a Texas Department of Public Safety officer who will ensure they are present for House sessions moving forward. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'll, of course, have more headlines coming your way in a little bit, including progress being made following President Trump's meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House Monday, what the other European leaders who were in attendance are saying, and the commander-in-chief's next steps. First, though, a quick look at this day in history. It was on this day in 1960 that CIA pilot Francis Gary Powers was convicted of spying by the USSR. Powers was on a secret mission piloting a U-2 spy plane over Russia when he was shot down by the Soviets. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison plus another 7 years in a labor camp. Powers served 17 months of that sentence before ultimately being sent home in exchange for a captured KGB spy. More American Sunrise coming your way in 2 minutes.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Welcome back, everyone. Good morning, Washington, D.C. Anybody home at the Capitol? Not really. Most of the lawmakers are back home in their home districts. They are expected to return, at least the House is expected to return right after Labor Day. We appreciate you being here with us on this Tuesday morning, everyone. President Trump says that he'll work on setting up a meeting between warring presidents Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky. The goal is to get a peace deal between the two countries in what has become the deadliest European war in a generation.
I can also understand strategically why, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other.
Also making headlines during Monday's Oval Office sit-down between President Trump and his Ukrainian counterpart, our chief White House correspondent, Brian Glenn. He and Zelensky shared a bit of a moment talking about the Ukrainian leader meeting with 47 in a suit this time.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said the one that attacked you last time. See, that was I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. I changed, you are not.
Maybe yours is much better.
All right, Brian joining us live now for a debrief on Monday's meeting and what happens next. But Brian, we've got to talk about the suit first. Your suit today looks very good, Mr. Glenn.
Good morning, everybody. That was truly an organic moment. Now, Terrence, I knew going into this that if he was going to wear a suit, I was going to say how great he looks in the suit and congratulate him to a certain degree. That little jab back at me from him, I loved it. I thought it was a great moment. I think it was a comedic moment that got everyone laughing in the briefing room, including the president. I think it shows a bit of humor in the room. Good thing. It's always great to set the tone with some laughs.
Wait, were you actually in the same suit though, Brian?
There were reports, and I've had a lot of media come up to me and say, was that the same suit? I'm like, I have several blue, navy blue, light blue. I've got one like this. I have very different versions of the same suit, but that was not. And I confirmed last night, went back and opened up my closet, pulled up the video and said, well, no, that was the wrong suit. I did not have that suit on back in February. But it still made for a great joke. Yeah. I'll take it. I didn't punch back because I wanted to keep it classy. But it was just a great moment. And how different than the February meeting. Think about that. That February meeting in the Oval Office just went south quick. And so when I asked that question and then J.D. Vance got in there, it just went off the rails. This was a 180 from February.
Brian, if I can just interject, what do you think changed?
That question has been asked before, and I think a couple things. I think that he realizes that they are losing this war. He is getting down to the point where they're getting seniors to go to the front lines, people with special needs. He is depleting his force. And I think that the reality is setting in that he does need to change and get a peace deal. And I think his approach the first time was a little arrogant. Hey, he was used to getting billions from the Biden administration, and then Trump got into office, and he said, whoa, we got a different commander-in-chief here. I think he just needed a little bit of an attitude change. And 6 months went by in the war. Unfortunately, they're both losing people on both sides. But I think that was the biggest thing. I think the reality that they're losing a lot of young people in Ukraine and in Russia.
Hey, Brian, it seems to me another big takeaway from yesterday was this whole idea of security guarantees and the U.S. investment/involvement in that. What are your sources at the White House telling you? I've read reports that there's going to be continued conversations with European leaders today at the White House in terms of how that might look and how much involved the United States would be, how much pressure would be on the Europeans to truly be involved technically for their own security, because as President Trump often says, the war is closer to them than it is to us.
Yeah, Terrence, we have ocean privilege here, and we're so thankful of that. But this is the time for the European countries to step up. That is in their region. And I know that MAGA, and I speak for a lot of the base, and I think we can all agree, we don't want American troops on the ground in Ukraine securing that country. That puts them at a high-risk position. We can't afford of anything to go off, because if something was to happen and we were to have some type of casualty, that opens up the door for a whole new conversation, a whole new approach to that region. So from a MAGA perspective, we don't want U.S. troops. And I think the president made it crystal clear yesterday when he was talking about how European leaders need to step up if they want these secure guarantees. I think we're willing to do it, but we want them to make the effort to do it first, because I think all of us can agree we just don't want American troops involved in this conflict.
Yeah, Brian, certainly all eyes on the White House yesterday for these meetings. But I do want to turn our attention to some other headlines throughout the country. Texas Democrats have returned home after a 2-week absence. They were aiming to stop a vote on a new state congressional map. Texas Republicans reportedly now trying to build the legal case against them. What do you make of this, Brian? Or what are you hearing is the latest?
Well, I'm hoping that the Texas House there, the Republicans, can grow a spine, grow a set of nuts, if I can use lack of a better word, and get this done. They could have done it. Well, they could have done it before they gavelled out. Think about this. This is before all the controversy started. They had quorum. They didn't do it. They gavelled out after 7.5 minutes, let the Democrats run to Illinois, of all places that do gerrymandering, and then they're like, oh, come back. We need to get these maps. We need to find them. So I tell you what, Texas Republicans, if you don't get this done when you have quorum, then I want nothing to do with you. Let's reset the entire structure. I thought we replaced a weak Speaker of the House there in Texas with Dave Phelan with somebody else. And this guy only got speakership because the Democrat votes. So let's see what happens. It needs to take place. And if this happens, Jasmine Crockett, it's been nice knowing you. You're not coming back to D.C. because your district's getting replaced.
All right, Brian,
So let's go ahead, Dr. G.
I was just going to say, so Brian, are other conservatives in your state as angry and incensed as you over this?
They should be.
But are you hearing that from others? Because you're the only person, and given I'm not in Texas, but you were the only person I've heard this outraged about the Republicans.
Now, Brian Harrison there is a state rep. He has been out in the forefront of all of this. He's been on War Room multiple times talking about this. Texas, over the last, I would say, 10 years, has allowed Democrats to sit on more committees, to chair more committees than ever before. So it's been weak leadership in the Republican Party that has allowed Democrats to come in and kind of take control. And we saw that with Dave Phelan. Now this new speaker, I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. And if you look at like the Senate races coming up in Texas, you got Cornyn, you got Paxton. Paxton's all about MAGA. He's all about the America First movement. He's filed more lawsuits against the Biden administration for the border and Alejandro Mayorkas at the time than anybody. So he is a gunslinger. Then you got Cornyn, who's more of your establishment country club Republican. So you've got kind of a change going on in Texas right now. But those state reps, they better get working. Or I tell you what, I'll take off this microphone, I'll go back to Texas, and I'll run, and I'll dominate it all. And I'll get it back on the right track. I'm not going to do that, by the way. I'm not going to do that. But I'm just saying, it's hard to believe that a red state like Texas is struggling to do things like this. They should have got it done 2 weeks ago. It makes me angry every time I think that they had quorum and that speaker gavelled out 7.5 minutes into the session and let them leave.
I'm glad you're calling him out.
Brian, Yeah, absolutely. Brian Glenn reporting for us. By the way, if you do decide to run, I'm going to buy some property in your district just so that I can say I have a close relationship with a sitting congressman. Brian Glenn reporting for us this morning. Always good to talk to you, my friend.
Hang on a second. Where I have a home in Texas, there's a new district opened up in Collin County. So stay tuned for that.
Oh.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, you know you can't kid with me
seat.
like that because I'm going to take it literally and be like, we just broke some news here. All right, Brian, appreciate you, my friend.
Yeah. We'll see you guys later.
Thanks,
See you later. Coming up, a new drug is showing incredible results on treating some cancers. We've got the details on this medical breakthrough coming your way here on American Sunrise.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
How many times have you tried to clean a stubborn mess but end up with no success? What you need is the all-new waterproof Ruby Horsepower, the new cordless and rechargeable power scrubber that cleans faster and easier, guaranteed. Watch, baked on oven grease is no match. It blasts away dirt and grime in no time. The power comes from our rotating brushes, spinning at 350 RPM. The incredible torque fights calcium, mildew, mold, and more. Take it in the kitchen, where it busts through caked-on crud, or outside and tackle tough tasks with ease. Get your Ruby Horsepower with 4 additional attachments, all for just $39.99. Great news! They're in stock and ready to ship. Due to high demand, only 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-944-4512. That's 1-800-944-4512. Or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-944-4512 now.
All right, well, that is New Orleans. I think I still didn't say it right. They were trying to get me to say it the way they say it in New Orleans, but it's not the way I said it at all. New Orleans, did I do it? No, they're not cheering for me. All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thank you for joining us. Time now for today's health news, as I choke, sponsored by the Wellness Company. Under the microscope today, more development on treating cancer. Researchers at Rockefeller University are conducting a trial for a new antibody drug aimed at shrinking the size of tumors and limiting side effects. 12 people were involved in the study, and they had metastatic cancers like melanoma and breast cancers. So what happens is they injected them with a new drug every 3 weeks, and the dosage went up just incrementally, a little bit each time. Most of the side effects reported were mild, and no serious dose-limiting toxicities reportedly occurred. And also, the results then show that the cancer in the tumors shrunk in 6 of the participants. 2 went into complete remission, and the others, the tumors just absolutely shrunk. So that's exciting. Also, there's a lot of holistic stuff happening. I'm talking to my friends who are holistic doctors who are saying that they are fighting cancer. We're hearing all the time. We hear from the Wellness Company with a mix of things that we've been using for a long time, ivermectin and I believe fenbendazole or something close to that. You'd have to let the doctors tell you. And we're going to do that here in just a moment because there's a new administration in Washington, D.C. that's brought a lot of perspective and positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is that there's only so much that the government can do, and that If we really want to make America healthy again, that will start at home. And that's with each and every one of us. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from their doctors on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever comes your way with their series of prescription medical kits. These kits have an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. And additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. These will help you stay on track and live a healthy, longer life. And Make America Healthy Again starts at home, as you know. So you want to do your part, protect the health of yourself and your family. Go to twc.health/RAV today, give it an order. twc.health/RAV, use the promo code RAV. That'll save you 10%. All right, for more on the health of America, let's bring in the director of epigenetics for the Wellness Company, Dr. Ben Tapper. Dr. Tapper, first I do want to ask you about this new cancer drug, because a lot of times these drugs have a lot of money behind them and not necessarily a lot of research. And the Wellness Company and other doctors have had some incredible luck and are now doing some research. I understand there is data for this new methodology that seems very holistic and a lot fewer side effects, I guess, than a lot of the drugs we see out there. Tell us.
Well, really, treating cancer, you have to treat the cause, and that's really what we're going after. And basically, so many drugs out there are methodologies for treating cancer. I mean, the treatment in this country for cancer is poor. I mean, it's miserable. We have, 1 out of 2 people right now in this country are getting cancer, and the treatment protocols they're not promising. So something needs to change. The problem is they don't want to cure cancer; they want to manage it. Cancer is a multi-billion-dollar industry. So really, there's not really an incentive to cure cancer, because there's no money in the cure. So we really have to go after the cause if we want to cure cancer. And, what we think about cancer is changing. We know it's a systemic thing, and really there's been talk about maybe is it parasitic in nature, and so that's why the treatment protocols are changing, and the Wellness Company is providing different, maybe solutions for that. But really something needs to change in the cancer industry.
President Trump recently announced that he was going to be levying tariffs on imported prescription drugs in order to force manufacturers to move their product manufacturing to the U.S. This is kind of exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what the outcome could be. This could be really good for this country. It could really revolutionize our healthcare system. I mean, what do we know about our healthcare system? It's broken. I mean, medicines right now are more expensive than ever before. I mean, Americans take in more pharmaceuticals than any other country combined. I mean, we make up 5% of the world population, but yet we take in 65 to 70% of the world's pharmaceutical drugs. But they're manufactured outside of the country. That's going to increase prices. And, really, there is a monopoly. There's a stronghold in our healthcare system. And so, putting these tariffs in place, I think, can be a good thing, but it's going to, one thing's for sure, it will increase production in this country, which I think is needed.
Yeah. So there are challenges we will see from tariffs, but what will the impact be on pharmaceuticals specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I think initially it's going to raise prices. So I think, the way we go about getting medications is it's going to change. And I think it's going to, possibly, you're going to see some medicines skyrocket. So this is why I think it's important that we, find a different route to get some of these pharmaceuticals. Like the Wellness Company has those solutions. But again, I think it's going to initially raise prices, and I think it will be good for the long term. I think it will lower prices in the long term. But right now, initially, and for that acute state here, it's going to increase prices.
Yeah, what was the thing I read this week that Kennedy did that was super exciting? The FDA had put a ban on a natural treatment. Was it hypothyroidism?
I haven't seen that, but I believe that there's I did see something like that. But again, there's so many good changes coming out of Bobby Kennedy, what they're doing for that, and there's so there are natural treatments that are coming to the forefront here, and I do think that's a good thing.
Parents know, though, Doctor, that as it's time for our children to go back to school, we are inundated with, don't forget to vaccinate your child for everything under the sun. I can't believe what some of these vaccines are for, right? When indeed these are all vaccines in name only, we all know that. But tell us what parents should really do as their children are ready to go back to school.
Well, we need to be proactive when it comes to our health and not give into these fear-mongering vaccine campaigns that are pushed every school year, every school season. It's like, oh, now it's time to get your vaccines. And really, it's comical at this point. I mean, you're going to see those fear-mongering campaigns being pushed in the media around the vaccinations. But again, we just need to value our health now. I mean, I tell parents this time of year, especially in the fall seasons, we need to get 30 minutes of summer sunlight or we're going to be deficient in vitamin D. So supplement with vitamin D is vitally important. Supplement with probiotics, zinc, taking care of the body, getting good sleep, good rest, good exercise, good food. I mean, we need to eat well, move well, think well, pray well, and we can be well. And really, that is the solution to health. Really, it's our level of health is on a continuum. We're either moving towards health and wellness or sickness and disease, and the choice is ours. So we need to value our health, take health in our own hands here, and really be proactive when it comes to making good choices around our health. Our level of health is the genetic expression, how we eat, move, think, pray, and relate. And the choice is yours.
Dr. Ben Tapper, I have even more questions I want to ask you. I never get long enough with you guys. Thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. God bless.
You too. God bless you. Coming up, Oakland, California Mayor Barbara Lee says President Trump is trying to dismantle democracy. What does she say? Why does she say that's happening? We're going to find out next as American Sunrise continues.
Sometimes business travel takes you to London, Paris, New York, Rome, Beijing, or Hawaii. And sometimes to Palawan, Mimaropa. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a Limo. Any car, anywhere.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit monkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. You're already drinking coffee, but is it doing anything for you other than giving you a caffeine spike? Rejuvenate Coffee is different. It's science-backed, infused with CAAKG, a powerful compound studied for its ability to support longevity, cellular energy, and metabolism at the deepest level. That means sharper mornings, no crash, more focus, and long-term benefits that your body will thank you for. I drink it because I care about my health, my energy, and how I show up for my family, for my work, and for the life I want to build. If you're going to drink coffee anyway, make it one that works as hard as you do. Head to 1775coffee.com/RAV and use the code RAV for 10% off. Start your mornings with something that fuels more than just your body. It fuels your principles. Don't just wake up, rejuvenate. All right, now that we are caffeinated, it's time to stay awake, not woke. And who is woke today? Oakland, California Mayor Barbara Lee. Lee says that President Trump is trying to dismantle democracy with his orders in Washington, D.C. Watch this.
This president is fear-mongering. He wants to militarize our cities, to occupy them with an outside federal force. And that is very dangerous. This is part of his effort to dismantle our democracy. And with regard to Oakland, you know, we have our strategy also, similar to Mayor Scott's, on focused deterrence. Our crime rates are going down. We have our Department of Violence Prevention working with our police department and ceasefire. And in fact, the strategy, again, is very similar, reducing gun violence overall, which helps reduce assaults, burglaries, robberies. And in fact, we have a significant reduction in crimes. And we're going to keep at it. We're working each and every day so that everyone in our city makes sure that they are safe and that they feel safe. But for this president to threaten to send the military in to occupy Oakland, Baltimore, and other cities led by black mayors, first of all, this is a dog whistle. We know that.
For more, let's bring in Dr. Gina and Terrence to discuss this a bit further here. You know, Dr. Gina, it's so interesting because what she was saying is the complete opposite of there are Republican leaders throughout the country that are actually sending troops to help President Trump in Washington, D.C., and she seems to have the exact opposite perspective.
Yeah. I mean, the problem, they just so need to come up with a different argument, because anyone that understands anything about the size and power of government knows that President Trump has done more to reduce the federal bureaucracy and the influence of the federal bureaucracy than any president in our lifetime. And he's going to continue on that trail. So they lose themselves in this ridiculous counterintuitive argument maintaining that President Trump is some sort of dictator when all he's done from day one is hand power back to the people, Terrence.
Yeah, you know, this is interesting to watch. Obviously, Washington, D.C. itself is a unique case study because the president has the authority in that city. There's a case that's playing out in California right now relative to what happened in L.A. to President Trump putting the National Guard on the streets in L.A. that ultimately could decide whether President Trump has the authority to do something similar in other cities. And so that's a case that I'm watching. The case itself has ended, but the judge in that case, it's a case out of San Francisco, hasn't made a ruling. I think that's going to be a critical case, and that ruling will be critical in terms of determining the kind of authority that President Trump has to help, if you will, militarize or offer security using the National Guard in other cities around the country, be it Kansas City, as I asked Congressman Alford, or Chicago, Baltimore, any of the other major U.S. cities that are having crime problems. So that case out of California that's being decided in San Francisco, I think, is going to be critical, and it's one that I'll be watching.
Well, it is an interesting debate, Emily, because, you know, if a president is allowed to go into cities and sort of override whatever local authority is there, it's great when it's President Trump and we know the motives are good. But it was really scary back during COVID when the federal government was handing down edicts to local governments and forcing people against their will to do things that were scientifically or socially unproven. And so, you know, we have to always remember that whatever precedent we enforce or we set can be in the next administration, when it's not such a good administration, when it is more heavy-handed and for the wrong reasons. And that's scary. But hat tip to our framers, because how is it that they saw all of this in the Constitution and delineated all of this so well? It's just always amazing to me to watch it work in modern times that they couldn't possibly have predicted, Emily.
Yeah, Gina, I think, you know, the biggest thing here is it really comes down to those crime statistics, right? Because if you're able to prove that, yes, crime is a problem in these cities, then I'm sure that cooperation with the federal government or with any kind of law enforcement organizations to come in and clean it up would be great. But we're seeing it in Washington, D.C. as well, that those statistics get manipulated. And what is considered a violent crime? What is considered not violent? So, you know, I think that's going to be a topic of conversation moving forward as this continues to play out. You guys, great discussion this morning. Coming up, actor Denzel Washington bucks the Hollywood elite as he touts his faith and refuses to bend to cancel culture. His comments are next as American Sunrise continues.
You're wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare, but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything, from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush-resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
God bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. It's time now for our Moment of Faith, brought to us by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. In focus today, actor Denzel Washington speaks out about his faith. Washington slammed cancel culture and touted his religion. Take a listen to this.
Do you guys consider being quote unquote canceled?
What does that mean, being canceled?
It means you lose public support.
Who cares? What made public support so important to begin with?
I guess because followers now are currency.
I don't care who's following. Okay? You can't lead and follow at the same time, and you can't follow and lead at the same time. I don't follow anybody. I follow the heavenly spirit. I follow God.
Amen.
I don't follow man. I have faith in God. I have hope in man. But look around. It ain't working out so well.
For more, let's bring in the executive director of the Providence Forum and senior producer at Coral Ridge Ministries, Dr. Jerry Newcomb. Thank you so much for joining the show this morning. I am so impressed with how Denzel Washington handled his answer to that question. You know, I think about this often. You know, Jesus had 12 followers while he was on earth. It doesn't really matter how many, it's the impact and how they carried the message moving forward. What is your reaction to what Denzel Washington had to say?
He's absolutely right. And I think that's what really counts. In fact, there's an anecdote about shepherds and the sheep, and it goes like this. One time a man visited in the Middle East and he saw a shepherd, but instead of being ahead of the sheep and the sheep following him, he was behind the sheep. And so the man went up to the man he thought was a shepherd, and he said, "Don't the sheep normally follow the shepherd?" And he said, "Yes, so aren't you supposed to be in front?" He said, "Yes, but I'm not the shepherd, I'm the butcher." And so who we follow is very, very important. And I'm so glad Denzel has chosen to follow the Lord and make this his focus. And as far as being canceled and cancel culture, he's right. In the end, who cares? Jesus even said, "What does it profit you if you gain the whole world and lose your soul?" I think what Denzel is doing now is he's really focusing on eternal values and trying to help other people see that. And cancel culture, it's basically political correctness on steroids. And the interesting thing is the founding fathers, basically they gave us free speech. And, if there's a fallout of free speech, if some people don't like that speech or whatever, as long as it's not violent or something like that, and some people cancel you because of that, that's one of the fallouts of free speech. But the real antidote, I think, to cancel culture gets back to Jesus' statement in the Sermon on the Mount: treat others as you would have them treat you. Do you want to be canceled? Isn't it interesting sometimes when the perpetrators of cancel culture themselves end up getting canceled, and it's such a mess, especially when they don't have the Lord to turn to and receive solace and help in that kind of context.
Absolutely.
So
And
God bless Denzel Washington.
God bless him for sure. I am seeing a huge shift in culture today away from canceling people and to Christ and to faith. And I think that is a great thing to see throughout America. Dr. Jerry Newcomb, thank you so much for your time. Look forward to having you back on the show soon for more conversations.
All right. Thank you.
We'll be back with the second hour of American Sunrise in just 2 minutes. Stick around.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere to fix that? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast, so strong, and so convenient. It's like putting the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires of your car on a single charge, or inflate a bag full of soccer balls at practice. Bullseye Pro is so advanced, it has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Plus, it can be 100% hands-free. You simply set the target pressure and walk away, keeping you out of harm's way. Bullseye Pro is lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
Just ahead on the second hour of American Sunrise, President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky taking the next step in peace negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. We have the details on their meeting at the White House and the next steps that could bring peace with Russia. But first, is crooked Hillary giving credit where credit is actually due? She says if Trump is able to facilitate peace in Ukraine, she will nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize. A long list of global leaders have already committed to that same nomination, but could President Trump's once political foe ultimately throw her support behind him now? These details are ahead. Also later, former FBI Director James Comey is ready for it, a Taylor Swift fan. The strange, cringe video he posted on X amid President Trump's feud with the pop star. All that and more is ahead as the second hour of American Sunrise is starting right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
We have breaking news to share with you.
politics,
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
we've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back to this second hour of American Sunrise. I'm Terrence Bates. Thanks so much for being here with us. I'm coming to you from our Denver newsroom. Let's bring in Dr. Gina in our West Palm Beach studios, along with Emily Finn. She is also in West Palm. David Brody on vacation, out for the week, enjoying himself. Ladies, I am the luckiest man on TV. Get to be between the two of you. Good morning, guys.
Oh, good morning, T.
Good morning, Terrence.
Good to see you both. So look, all the conversation this morning still is kind of debriefing, if you will, following President Trump's meeting with Zelensky and the other European leaders yesterday. I'm feeling confident, cautiously optimistic, Dr. Gina and Emily, but confident. It seems that everyone is saying the right things and that yesterday was a success. I'm cautiously optimistic because while people are saying the right things, will they do the right things, Dr. G?
I mean, President Trump himself said this is something that he thought would be easily attainable, and it's actually turned out to be one of the hardest things that he's done in his presidency. So I think he knows how tenuous this whole process is, but I also think that he knows how important it is, and it seems like he's not going to stop until he gets it done. And as I've said from the very beginning, my thought the whole entire time has been it might not be attainable, but if it is attainable, it will be President Trump who gets it done. And I think that he deserves credit even for that, honestly.
Yeah, you're spot on with that, Gina. This is the closest that we've been to striking a peace deal since the war began. And President Trump does get a lot of credit for bringing us to this point. You know, as you said, Terrence, I think that meeting did go relatively really well. In comparison to the last meeting, there was proper attire at this meeting and a lot of smiles from Zelensky and those European leaders that joined as well. I'm sure that we'll be getting more details about how all of those conversations behind closed doors went.
Let's bring in Just the News' John Solomon to kind of add his perspective to all of this. He, of course, is the man inside D.C., has all the inside knowledge. John, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good to be with you.
All right, so what is your takeaway, John, from yesterday's meeting? As I said, I'm cautiously optimistic. Everyone seems to be saying the right things. The feeling is a good feeling, but a lot can happen over the next couple of weeks until an actual agreement is signed, if an agreement is ever signed.
Yeah, I know everybody yesterday said they were rooting for President Trump to do this, and they did give him all the proper accolades. But there are people on that stage yesterday that would love to poison pill this because they wouldn't like to see Donald Trump succeed at this. French President Macron today said something that's probably unconstructive at the moment. He said, I don't think Putin really wants to make a deal. And that's not the sort of way you get a deal. You encourage people to get there. And so Donald Trump has a lot of challenges ahead of him. Things like Macron. I don't believe for a second that Hillary Clinton is going to nominate the president for a peace prize. She's rooting against it. So he has to still navigate that. That said, he's made enormous progress. And yesterday, we got a sense of what was the magic potion that brought the Europeans to the United States. And that is that Putin is comfortable with a non-NATO but NATO-like security guarantee, meaning that the United States, France, and the United States, maybe a couple of others, outside of NATO would guarantee Ukraine's future security. That's something that Zelensky can take to his people to ease the pain of having to trade land that they've already mostly lost or will lose in the near future. But getting that concession out of Vladimir Putin is a major development, and it sets the stage for the next round of meetings. Now, things can go south anywhere along this path. This is a very intractable dispute, and there's a lot of passion on both sides, and there are some of those allies that in the cameras are saying one thing but doing something behind the scenes. So Trump has to navigate that. But if he navigates that, as Emily just said, this is probably the best opportunity since before the war began to get peace in that region. And I think they left yesterday's meeting with a game plan, a counteroffer to Putin. And that counteroffer to Putin results in hopefully a meeting with President Putin and Zelensky. And if that goes well, then President Trump would preside over a trilateral meeting where a deal potentially, or certainly a ceasefire, could be arranged. So that's the path. But all those smiling faces on the stage yesterday, inside, some of those liberal European leaders weren't probably smiling as much as you think.
Yeah, John, I think that was a good analysis of how that meeting played out. Walk us through. So we're talking about the timeline here. That was Trump's goal yesterday, was to secure a trilateral meeting. We know that he was calling Russian President Putin right after to have a conversation on the phone. When do you think we could expect to see a meeting like that? And walk us through what is on the table here. What are both sides going to have to give up? Is it the Donbass region for security guarantees? Walk us through these fine details.
Listen, I think there's some really important things. First, let's talk about the timetable. I think the Putin-Zelensky meeting, based on my reporting this morning, talking to people this morning, is about 2 weeks out, probably right at the end of this month, maybe just before Labor Day. If that goes well, President Trump will try to ride that momentum and immediately get a trilateral together as quickly as possible, maybe just a few days like he did with the Europeans after Putin, because you don't want to lose that momentum. So the next phase will be just Zelensky and Putin meeting together in person. That will be a very important moment in the history of this peace push. And I think we watch how that goes. There's a lot of things going on. I'm getting a sense that from my reporting this morning that Putin has signaled some flexibility. What does it look like? At the end of the day, there are some thorny issues. There are parts of the Donbass region that the Ukrainians hold, but their chances of holding it in a long war are pretty slim. They're losing a lot of people. So they're going to lose it. The question is, do they want to lose it with a lot of blood shed, or are they willing to give it up for that security guarantee and maybe a trade of some other land elsewhere? Another big thorny issue is the big nuclear power plant that Russia has control over and Ukraine has occasionally shelled. That is a major power source, and if Russia has it, it harms Ukraine's interest. My understanding is one of the ideas on the table is that the United States and France would help build another nuclear power plant quickly so that Ukraine would regain its energy load from that, and then Putin can keep what he captured. So those are tricky issues that have to be navigated, but I do think that you're seeing a plan for strategic security agreement. Basically, Ukraine has always wanted to be in NATO. It's never been in NATO's interest for Ukraine to do it. What President Trump, and by the way, Putin would never accept NATO because of its Cold War legacy inside of Russia. What Trump has created is a NATO-like guarantee without putting NATO's tag on it. And that's a pretty big deal for Ukraine. It protects them against future incursions. And I think that might be the magic potion in this deal.
Speaking of magic potions, John, it's very interesting how when you're in trouble and you need someone's help, all of a sudden big personality changes happen. And Hillary Clinton saying that she might be willing to nominate Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize is very interesting, considering Trump's IRS is seeking to block the whistleblower trial, that the one that alleges that the Clinton Foundation tax irregularities, right? All of that, we're watching as the Clintons are, the government is sort of, President Trump's administration is sort of closing in on not just the Clintons, but also the Obamas and others. So can we expect more stamps of approval from former powerful Democrats in order to get them out of trouble?
Oh, I don't think that's going to work with Donald Trump. He has kept names and he has a long memory. And I don't think one little Nobel Peace mentioned by Hillary Clinton is going to take away a decade of what Hillary Clinton inflicted, not only on President Trump, but this whole country. I think the one thing you can count on are more bombshell revelations about the Clintons. We'll be working on a story following up on that IRS situation. So that story is a judge just approved potentially having a trial where two whistleblowers can show wrongdoing by the Clinton Foundation. And for some reason, the Trump IRS is opposing that trial. Now, I don't think the top levels of the Trump administration knew that. I think they got educated by that story. But in the next 48 hours, you're going to see the IRS had an extensive criminal investigation of the Clinton Foundation beyond the three that we broke last week with the FBI and that famous line, shut it down, that the Obama deputy attorney general told the FBI, you're not going to investigate it, shut it down. You're going to see a second potential vulnerability for the Clinton Foundation. Why is that important? Because tax law has a much longer statute of limitations, and it could pose a real threat if that investigation were to ever get restarted. And I want to remind people who's generally in charge of the IRS right now, Gary Shapley and Joe Ziegler, the two IRS whistleblowers that overcame all that opposition and ultimately got Hunter Biden prosecuted. they're in charge now on a day-to-day basis. They're the Treasury Secretaries, number one and number two. I'm pretty sure they're on top of this new revelation. And when they see this new criminal case in the next couple of days, if I'm the Clintons, I'm feeling pretty uncomfortable.
John, calls for the release or continued calls for the release of Epstein files have died down a little bit. It's not front page news as it was just a couple of weeks ago. But I do want to bring our viewers' attention to Bill Barr, the former Attorney General, who, of course, testified before the House Oversight Committee. So I think the bigger point here is that work is still happening behind the scenes to get information relative to this case.
Yeah, listen, I think what James Comer will find is what we told you all on the show a couple of weeks ago, which is there's not a big there because after Jeff Epstein got a pass in 2008 by the Bush Justice Department, there was no chance he was keeping an address book or a clientele book. Because why would you write your own confession? He got off once. He's never going to do that. And Bill Barr sort of confirmed that yesterday. He was never told there was a client list. In fact, he was told there wasn't one. He also said that he thought that most likely the death was a suicide and that there was nothing damaging on Donald Trump. So I think at the end of the day, the way the Congress and the president work together to alleviate legitimate concerns about disclosure, get around Pam Bondi's false start, is working, which is people now see a process, they'll get the answers. And I bet the very answers that Kash Patel and Pam Bondi put out in that memo and that President Trump has repeatedly said, that will be where the truth ultimately ends up. The facts are going to validate that that is really the story. And that's good because that means we can move on, learn our lessons from there, because there's many lessons about how the Justice Department led America down under George W. Bush and under Alberto Gonzalez and others. They gave Jeff Epstein a pass when they had a lock-solid case. But that said, learning that lesson and moving on to the things that matter to Americans today, what happens at the dinner table, the economy, peace, and more, that is a good thing. And I think we're in that process right now of moving beyond Epstein by getting the truth. That's the most important thing.
Absolutely. John Solomon, always good to talk to you, my friend. Appreciate your perspective.
Good to be with you guys.
Thanks, John.
Take care.
All right. Thanks so much. Up next, phones down and prayers up. Texas schools are kicking off the school year with 4 bold new policies. We'll tell you about them. And later, coming out of the closet. No, not quite the way you're thinking. We're talking about James Comey here, who admits he's a Swiftie. In moments, hear his strange confession. It's all ahead on American Sunrise.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, and fixing a drain is a pain. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Just remove and replace. In seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy. Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps prevent clogs in your sink, catching hair, food, even jewelry. Made with brass and chrome and a silicone gasket, it creates a watertight seal. Order your Mermaid Drain Magic today for only $19.99 and get a Mermaid Toilet Bowl Cleaner absolutely free. Drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of cleaning. But wait, this could be your last chance to get Drain Magic at this low price with free toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3, so order now.
Call 1-800-519-4303 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. So call 1-800-519-4303 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. Order now.
Life is precious.
I want to make a point. No matter what happens, I'll always be there for you.
I know. When a woman experiences an unplanned pregnancy, she's faced with a difficult decision. Preborn connects with life-affirming pregnancy clinics across the nation and provides them with free ultrasound sessions for expectant mothers. When a mother sees her baby on an ultrasound and hears their heartbeat, it doubles the chance she'll choose life. With your gift of $28, Preborn will provide a free ultrasound for an expectant mother. Visit preborn.com/life to save a baby's life.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm American Sunrise contributor Emily Finn. It's great to have you with us this morning. Time now to drain the swamp. And this morning, President Trump wants to flush out mail-in ballots. Trump says he wants to end the practice of mail-in ballots with an executive order. Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, "We are now the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. All others gave it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. We will begin this effort, which will be strongly opposed by the Democrats because they cheat at levels never seen before, by signing an executive order to help bring honesty to the 2026 midterm elections." For more, let's bring in Dr. Gina and Terrence. Dr. Gina, I'm going to go to you first on this. Do you think that he's going to be able to do this before the midterms?
That is going to be some fast work, Emily, if he does it. But, you know, I'm so happy that he's talking about this. I'm so happy that he wants to do this. If we could reform our election system, and this is the biggest step, honestly, one of the very biggest steps to doing so, talk of things that were acts of desperation, and you guys are going to hear me say it, like term limits wouldn't even be necessary. Because right now, the voter fraud is the reason why these incumbents get in for decades and decades and decades. But if the real vote came through, I don't think they'd survive. I think people would get out and vote and feel more motivated to vote. When you know your vote matters, that psychology of knowing your vote actually matters, it is a huge motivator to get people who are really interested and really educated to the polls to do exactly that. So that's why this is such a huge step to me in saving our republic overall. And I don't mean to be dramatic. I'm really serious when I say the last thing I think we need to do is, as you know, give up our own right to vote with term limits. That bothers me. So I love this because this restores the whole system without even having to entertain those things, Terrence.
You know, as you said, Dr. Gina, there are concerns among many voters about the efficacy of our system and whether it's a free and fair election. And so sometimes in order to restore that confidence, you have to take it back to the very basics, take it back to paper balloting, yes, take it back to systems that are secure and that people are used to, if you will, and have more confidence in. And again, it's not only about changing the system, it's about making sure that you ensure that the voters have confidence in the system. And the reality is right now there are people who don't have confidence in voting machines, so do away with them. There are people who don't have confidence in mail-in ballots because they don't know who's actually filling out that ballot or, how they're being compromised, so do away with them. Go back to the very basics. Make sure that people have engender confidence in the elections again. And then if you want to build on that in the future, fine. But when there's such a distrust of the system, sometimes it's important, again, just for confidence, to take it all back, go back to the very basics so that people know their vote is secure and that the election is fair and safe.
Absolutely. And I think it was obviously the 2020 election that was the source of a lot of this mistrust. In the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, Democrats bending rules about how mail-in ballots were able to be used. And I think the biggest thing, Joe Biden got millions more votes than Kamala Harris in the middle of a pandemic. I mean, of course, there are questions that are being raised. So like you said, Terrence, to be able to simplify our elections and simplify this process, and, you have to show up in person and do it that way. It may be able to establish a little bit more trust.
And show an ID.
And show an ID.
And show an ID.
It seems so basic, so common sense.
Just brace yourselves for the reality, though. The Democrats are going to say this is voter suppression. That's what they're going to say. They're going to say, oh, and they're going to give one anecdotal, and they're going to parade someone out on the streets who is housebound or something and didn't get to vote or whatever. Well, there are exceptions for that, first of all. There have always been exceptions for that. This voter fraud has been happening for decades on decades, and especially in our inner cities. I know inner city politicians that I know personally who joke about it themselves, who are reelected time after time after time based on fraudulent measures. And so, yes, we have to clean it up, but it's not going to be as easy as just cleaning it up because there's big money, big money behind all of this. Don't forget that. And don't forget the voter machines have big money behind them as well.
Yeah, good point, Gina. All right, coming up, we're headed down to Wall Street for the opening bell and insight into how to hold on to your hard-earned dollars with some common sense. We'll be back with more American Sunrise in just 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm I'm Cade Courtley, and welcome to the Ford Patriots Buy One, Get One Solar Generator event. Claim the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, and you'll get a free Patriot Power Sidekick with 2 free solar panels. These are 2 of Ford Patriot's newest silent, fume-free solar generators that can power your fridge, TV, and critical devices without ever needing gas. Every American should have the peace of mind that comes from having backup power. Visit FordPatriots.com to secure your free generator and solar panels now.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Grand Rapids, Michigan, home of boxer Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Sr. and the uncle as well. Oh, that's Milwaukee. Okay, I guess I wasn't paying close attention. We were talking about Grand Rapids, and I didn't even look at the screen. Milwaukee, I can tell you there's a great Cuban restaurant not far from this shot. I was there for the RNC, and the family happened to be viewers of Rav, and they've got the greatest empanadas I think I've ever had. Milwaukee, good morning, everyone. We're getting you ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, everyone. As you can see, pre-market trading not looking so hot. The Dow is up. Everything else, though, in the red right now. We'll take you to New York for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange here in just a few minutes. But first, let's get you over to Emily. Emily, good morning. I was all in Grand Rapids mode. I heard you guys talking about Grand Rapids and didn't even look at the screen to realize that that was Milwaukee.
Yeah,
shame on me.
You had some great little stories from your time in Milwaukee, or as Alice Cooper calls it, Milwaukee, the good land. If you've ever seen the Wayne's World movie. Hilarious stuff. All right, thanks, Terrence. It is now time for our daily dose of dollars and common sense with American Sunrise Early Edition host and the guy behind the Jake's Take Substack, Jake Novak. Jake, thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here, and I like Milwaukee and Grand Rapids, so we all love those places.
Great towns in the Midwest, great towns. Jake, it's all about the big retail chains on Wall Street this week, starting with Home Depot. Break it down for us. How did HD do?
Yeah, so Home Depot came out and this morning and said they kind of just missed their profit and their sales forecast, but they said, hey, we feel good about how much money we're expecting to make for the rest of the year. We're going to stand by those numbers. So Home Depot shares right now, Emily, look like they're going to open 2% higher. That's a big move for a single day for a company like Home Depot. And Emily, this has a lot to do with the fact that people are basically expecting the housing market to pick up. You know, Home Depot, whether you're keeping your old house and fixing it up, or buying a new house and fixing it up, or fixing up your house you're trying to sell, Home Depot makes money either way, right? In all three ways. So people are expecting maybe the housing market to pick up. So that's in addition to the fact that Home Depot isn't hurting that badly from the tariffs. You would think that a lot of those raw materials would kill them. Not so much. They only slightly missed their profit target. They're doing okay, and investors feel like they're going to do even better than okay coming to the year. So 1 down, 2 to go. We've got Target tomorrow, Walmart on Thursday, and we'll see how those guys do. Everyone's got their fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, Jake. You know, there's another win for President Trump in the big pharma pricing wars. This time it concerns Ozempic. Tell us more about this.
Well, Emily, the only victory involving Ozempic for me is if we can get those commercials off the air all the time. I mean, is there another drug they can possibly advertise? But okay, just kidding. Ozempic, the company that owns Ozempic, is a Danish company called Novo Nordisk. They announced that they are going to sell Ozempic for about half the price to Americans who go on their website and pay in cash. Or obviously, kind of like, pay it basically straight from their internet site. That's a big win for President Trump. Remember, he sent letters to 17 pharma companies, including Novo Nordisk, last month, telling them they need to find ways to lower their prices. So here they are. Novo Nordisk cutting out the middleman and figuring out they can pass that savings on to a customer. President Trump's happy with whatever they do to fool around with the numbers, do what they have to do, nothing illegal, just finding a way to directly sell something to a customer, and that can lower the price. President Trump wants to deliver for Americans on prescription drugs, and here's another example of that.
And this one has been extraordinarily popular. You hear everybody on Ozempic, the commercials, like you said, Jake. But finally, before we let you go, Facebook's parent company, Meta, and Mark Zuckerberg, they've been all about AI this year. Definitely everything seems to be trending that way. How is that going for Meta?
Emily, is it just me, or is the fascination with AI chatbots and having AI girlfriends and AI friends just the fact that these big tech geeks don't have any social skills? Because Mark Zuckerberg is a huge fan of AI. He thinks the future of Facebook and Meta is having everyone having phony friends and dating AI women. Well, by the way, it's not going so well. They've had to restructure the AI department 4 times just in the last 6 months, and the PR has been terrible, Emily. There have been reports of AI chatbots speaking to children in a sexual way. There was a man who went all the way to New Jersey to try to meet some woman who thought was real. He died on the way because he was rushing to make a train. It turned out the woman was an AI chatbot. AI being the future of Facebook seems to me like this is what happens when you allow big tech geeks who don't know how to talk to girls and didn't have real friends in life run a company. This is a disastrous move, in my opinion. AI has a lot of positives that Facebook and Meta can use, but if they think that real friends will be replaced by AI friends in a successful way, I say no. I don't think this is going to work.
Wow, that is some very, very concerning stories that you just shared there, Jake. My goodness. I think about the male loneliness epidemic that everyone's talking about, but maybe it's just because AI girlfriends are replacing real human connection. Kind of crazy to think about. Before we let you go, Jake, I do want to get your take. Yesterday, all eyes were on the White House for that meeting between Trump and Zelensky. How do you think the market is going to respond to that today?
Well, yesterday I told everyone, remember, watch the oil markets. They will tell you whether we made any progress towards peace or not. I told you that if the oil markets go down, that will be sign that we are making some progress towards peace. And sure enough, we are down about $1 on the price of oil per barrel in U.S. light sweet crude. We're at the $62 a barrel level. And by the way, gas prices going down too. We're at $3.13 national average for a gallon. I think we're going to get below $3 really soon as our national average. I know a lot of you paying less than that. So watch those oil markets. If they continue to go down, that means real progress is made. This is why you don't listen to mainstream news media and watch RAV and you take a look at the things that really tell you the truth. Oil going down means we're closer to peace right now. Everything else is just noise.
All right, keeping a close eye on oil. Jake Novak, thank you so much for breaking it all down for us.
My pleasure.
Let's head back to Terrence in Denver for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
Well, you hear the applause there at the New York Stock Exchange, which means the bell is going to ring here momentarily. And we'll get an idea of how the markets are looking on the second day of trading of the week, this Tuesday morning. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The bell is ringing, which means the markets are now officially open. And just like that, it looks like the Dow is in the green, the S&P 500 still down, and you just saw the NASDAQ changed, and it's now back in the red as well. We'll, of course, continue to monitor all of that as well as precious metals, gold, silver. We'll also keep an eye on VIX and, of course, crude oil. You can see the bottom of our screen not looking so good at the moment. We'll continue to monitor all of that for you, though, throughout the morning. Coming up, hell may have frozen over as Hillary Clinton says she'll nominate President Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize if he ends Russia's war with Ukraine without giving territory to Putin. Of course, she put that on the end. We've got the details on the incredible comment ahead, and we'll talk about whether anyone actually believes her as she's saying what she's saying. To quote Emily, no cap, question mark? All of that coming your way in just a moment.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us this morning. We invite you to hop on over in our conversation on YouTube, Getter, and Rumble. It is now time to take the political pulse of America. The Beat today. Former First Lady and failed presidential candidate Hillary Clinton has vowed to nominate President Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. No, hell has not frozen over. That is if he helps to end the war in Ukraine. And she gave some other pretty specific conditions as well. Anyway, this comes after Trump met with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the White House yesterday, furthering peace negotiations, of course, between Russia and Ukraine. European leaders joined Zelensky and Trump to discuss pathways to end the war. Clinton isn't the only one saying Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. The White House released a statement last week listing 7 countries' leaders throwing their support behind Trump for the nomination. But the problem is there's like 190 some countries. So joining us now with his take on Hillary's promise to nominate Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize if he ends the Ukraine war without giving territory to Russia, let's welcome to American Sunrise, the host of America's Voice Live, Steve Gruber. Steve, it's interesting because...
Excuse me, I'm sorry I had to sneeze. Go ahead, Steve. Good morning.
Bless you, Terrence.
That happens.
Lost my whole entire train of thought. My dog got up and walked across the room. He never does that in the middle of a show. I don't know what you're doing over there, Terrence, but no, Steve, I don't think a lot of people are falling for any sort of, let's just say, philanthropic motivation with Hillary. We all know this is definitely not that, right?
No, here's the deal. Hillary, that's about as thinly veiled begging for a pardon that I've ever seen. Hey, I'll nominate you for a Nobel Peace Prize. Can I get a pardon, by the way? And could you please stop investigating the Clinton Foundation and the Clinton Global Initiative? Just let the IRS back off on that deal right now. I mean, come on, people. Exactly. Hillary Clinton she's as transactional as anyone. She's in this for herself. There's tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars that flew around that the IRS and the FBI and the DOJ are now looking at saying, wait a second. And apparently, as John Solomon has been reporting on this network, there are at least 3 investigations into Hillary Clinton, and Sally Yates said shut it down in 2018. right? So shut it down was the directive from Sally Yates when investigating Hillary Clinton. So there's a lot to dig in here and unpack, because I really think this is Hillary Clinton saying, Donald, look, we've disagreed on some things here and there, but I could really use a pardon here, if you don't mind. Which takes me back to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Remember that? Back when Donald Trump was up there, and I saw Hillary in the hallway. She ran into me and she said, pardon me, and he said, I'll think about it. Remember that? That was a long time ago, but it was a good moment that I loved and I remember, and now it comes full circle for me, because I think that's what this is about. Look, Hillary Clinton has done everything to despise Donald Trump every step of the way. Every step of the way. It wouldn't have mattered what he could have cured cancer, and Hillary Clinton said, well, he's putting on colleges out of work. But suddenly, a change of spirit when all of these Clinton Foundation, Clinton Global Initiative investigations come to light. Maybe I'm jaded, or maybe I just think that Hillary's probably guilty and she needs a way out. I mean, you can go either way with this one.
You know, Steve, I get so excited every time we have you on American Sunrise, because we can talk about Michigan, both of our home, but this isn't so exciting. In Hamtramck, there were 2 city council members that have been arraigned on charges related to alleged fraud. This is in the 2023 election and in the August 5th primary election. So that thing that Democrats say never happens, it just occurred in Detroit. They're investigating this. Fill us in on what you know.
Well, there's the alleged video of the alleged ballots going into the alleged box. I mean, I don't know how alleged it's supposed to be, but yeah, they're toast. And look, this goes on. And this is why, and I saw Donald Trump mention this here just a couple of days ago, it's time to get rid of mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots are not legal anywhere in the world, anywhere. Except for California, of course, where Gavin Newsom is claiming he's defending democracy. He's codified and put into the state constitution mail-in ballots. You can count those mail-in ballots weeks after the elections are over. And now he's trying to redistrict California to save democracy. Only 17% of the seats in the California congressional district currently are with Republicans. He wants to make it about 6% Republican and the rest 93, 94% Democrat. He wants one-party rule because it's working so well in California. Working so well that they gave, and I'm going to say this because this is the most irritating thing that I've seen so far. Yes, there's cheating in elections. California has perfected cheating in elections. That's a fact. And as a result of that, Gavin Newsom has given people a license to kill. What do I mean by that? Go to the video of the 18-wheeler, the illegal alien from India, making a U-turn on a highway and killing a family of 3. That came from Gavin Newsom. They gave an illegal alien a CDL. So this is what you get when you get one-party rule. And this is what you get when you stuff ballots with mail-in ballots into the ballot box. This is why mail-in ballots should be illegal. This is why Donald Trump says they have got to go. And he's right. No country in Europe allows mail-in ballots. You know, if you've got a broken leg and you're in Europe and you say, well, I want to mail in my, you got to get to the polling place. Well, I want to send in my ballot. No, I've got a broken leg. I'm in the hospital. They don't care. It doesn't matter why you can't get to the polling place. You can vote, and you can vote in person. That's why Donald Trump is right. Gavin Newsom is wrong. These people in Hamtramck are wrong. The people in Michigan are wrong. Cheating is a look. Cheating has been going on in elections ever since there have been elections. It hasn't changed. They're just trying to find different ways to do it. But one of the ways to stop it from happening right now, get rid of mail-in ballots. He also doesn't like the machines, obviously, the Dominion machines. I think he doesn't like those. But I think mail-in ballots were really, to me, when I look at what happened in 2020, it was the mass mail-in ballots, the vans pulling up at 3 in the morning and boxes of ballots coming out in places like Detroit and Philadelphia. That was the key to what happened in 2020. That is exactly what happened. And so when you see this from Hamtramck, which, by the way, used to be a Polish community and is no longer, first community in America to have a 100% Muslim city council. It's all changed. But cheating, it's always been here. Donald Trump is right. Everybody else that says we need to get rid of mail-in ballots is right. It's time to clean up the elections and bring back integrity, I believe.
Steve, let's stay in your state of Michigan, but follow me off the beaten path a little bit. There's been a lot of talk about President Trump securing Washington. You thought, well, let's go hand in hand. Let's go, Steve. So check this out. President Trump, of course, there's been a lot made about the fact that he's mobilized the National Guard in Washington, D.C., is helping to secure that city, which, of course, he has the authority to do. So here's my question to you. I'd love to get your perspective on, say, a Detroit, a city that has had a history of violence, of crime, of blight. where would you stand on the president if he has the authority, if he were able to, mobilizing the National Guard to help secure that city, to help rebuild that city? Where would you stand on something like that? Just out of curiosity.
I'm going to get some furrowed brows on this one. Let's talk about Detroit for a moment. For the last 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, a Democrat, Mike Duggan, has been the mayor of Detroit. Detroit didn't burn in 2020 because he wouldn't allow it. Detroit has law and order to a pretty good degree because that's what they've demanded. The stadium district, if you will, where the baseball stadium, Ford Field, the football stadium, all those things are, it's fabulous. Terrence, you should come. I'll take you down there. It's fabulous. It's a remarkable city. It's beautiful and it's safe. Because Mike Duggan, who, by the way, is a Democrat, but he's running for governor in Michigan as an independent because he wants nothing to do with the Democrat Party. Remarkable. That's happening right now, and he's leading all the polls. An independent could be, he's an independent, but he'd be a left of center independent. But let me answer the bigger question that you're asking here. I do tip my hat to Mike Duggan and the police department in Detroit for doing a better job than most. Can there be improvement? Sure. I'm in D.C. a fair amount. I'll be there next week covering the White House when our friend Brian Glenn takes a few days off next week. So I'll be back to look at it in person. I'm going to look at where the 75 homeless encampments were but are not now. I'm going to look at the crime. I'm going to see what it's like to me walking down Pennsylvania Avenue or anywhere else. Here's what I think. I see a lot of videos from people that live in D.C. and have lived there their whole lives. They're all for it. They love it. The only people I see complaining about it are people that don't live there, mostly white liberals, that don't live there, that are bumping their gums. Oh, it's a takeover. Donald Trump's a tyrant. No, he's not. He's cleaning up a dump. He's cleaning up a dumpster. And when I see 75 homeless encampments get put into the garbage truck, I'm like, yeah, that's the way it should be. Here's what I think is going to happen, Terrence. I think not too far away in Baltimore, they're going to look over there and go, hey, we want some of that. We want our streets cleaned up. We want our city cleaned up. And then they're going to, in Philadelphia, they're going, hey, look what they did in D.C. and Baltimore. We want some of that. And the folks in Chicago are going to say, hey, we can get rid of our homeless encampments and junkies and drug dealers and roving groups of teenage criminals. It's not going to take Donald Trump to do it. It's going to take the people saying, hey, look what they did in D.C. We want some of that. We want safe neighborhoods. We want clean sidewalks. We want our kids to be able to walk to school without stepping over junkies and fecal matter on the sidewalk. It's just going to take the people saying, hey, we want some of that. And when they see what's happening in D.C., I think that's what the people are going to demand. In Baltimore, Philly, Cleveland. Yes, Detroit, too. There's room for improvement. There's no question about that. In every major city across this country, most of which, not all, but most, I think I saw the list, 8 of the 10 most violent cities in America are run by Democrats. There's a couple of exceptions. Memphis and whatever the other one was are run by Republicans, but it doesn't matter. Republican, Democrat, mostly Democrat. People want safe, livable cities. It's not too much to ask. Look, how many people would go to a major event, a football game, a baseball game in most of these cities anymore? They wouldn't. They don't feel safe. Why would you go spend $200 for you and your son to go to a football game, T, if you can't trust the city? If you don't think it's safe to go there, you're not going to do that. But if the city's safe, it's good for the cities. People come back in, they go to the restaurants, they go to the football game, they go to the baseball game, they go see a play or whatever it might be. It's financially responsible to clean up the cities as well. And I think when people watch what's happening in D.C., they're going to demand it for their own city. That's what I think is going to happen.
I agree. And I think there's a lot of that going around, Steve. In Texas, for example, Texas schools say phones down and prayers up. They have kicked off 2025-26 school year with 4 bold new policies. These are including leaving your cell phone. Kids are not allowed to have cell phones in the classroom, and including, of course, praying. Steve, do you think this will catch on in other states as well?
Funny you should mention that. For my 8th grader, school started yesterday. He's been in a private school until this year. We ran out of runway on that. And so he's in the public school. And he came home yesterday. He said, man, there was a scary teacher there, Dad. Oh, what'd she say? She said, if you get caught with a phone, you're in detention. If you come with no homework, you're in detention. If you come without your backpack, you're in but the phones are banned where I am. Banned. And if you come and you get caught with a phone, you're in detention. He said, man, there's scary people there. I said, there's rules and there's guidelines, son, and that's what you're going to follow. And I think it is something that's happening across the country. In Michigan, there's a proposal in the state legislature here to ban cell phones in the schools. I agree with that. Look, There's so much poison that comes through those things to begin with. Who knows what the hell's going on in cell phones and videos and TikTok and YouTube. There's just so much poison coming through there to not just to indoctrinate, but to lure, to groom, to do all these things. I get it. It's part of the landscape. We all have these things. But enough's enough. I mean, kids get enough screen time, I'm pretty sure. Heck, I get too much screen time. I mean, let's just be honest. I look at that thing too much, right? So I don't think we need to warp, kids' minds. Let's clean up the schools. Let's get the phones out of there. Let's make school about reading, writing, and arithmetic, and maybe recess. Even that, right? And not staring at a screen. I agree with that 100%. I think that's going to happen too.
A lot of back to the basics these days, as Terrence
Absolutely.
was saying earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Recess, though, Steve? Recess?
They got to get out.
To recess.
They do have to get out.
In fact, when I'm done right here, I'm going out to recess. 100%. Right now.
Yeah, my
Steve
academic
Gruber
career
on the
was
monkey
marked
bars.
by recess. That was my best grade, recess. There you go. Steve, good to talk to you, my friend. Recess, that's hilarious. I don't think I've heard that word in years, recess. All right, still to come here on American Sunrise. Can you imagine walking 4 miles between jobs every single day? Well, that's the reality for one Minnesota fast food worker. In moments, the surprise gift that will see those days in his rear view mirror. The heartwarming act of service and kindness coming up. First, though, while pop star Taylor Swift is reportedly working on an upcoming song about President Trump, former FBI Director James Comey comes out and admits he's a Swiftie. Bruh. We've got the strange clip coming up.
Yikes, a leaky refrigerator coil card. Oh no. But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes. Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2500, and right now it's $500 off at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. Go to 4patriots.com now and save $500.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Let's spill some tea.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. Let's spill some tea, fueled by Artillery Tea Company, the only America First veteran-owned tea brand. And their mission, maximize flavor with whole leaf blends and chemical-free tea bags. No junk, just real tea. And here's the tactical advantage. Each bag brews twice. Just go to artilleryteaco.com and use the code STACK and SHIP for free shipping with the purchase of 2 or more items at checkout. Again, that's artilleryteaco.com. Premium tea, mission-driven and brewed for the brave. It is time now to spill some tea, and in the cup today, former FBI Director James Comey and Taylor Swift. Quite the duo there. The music icon has a fan not many of us expected, and that is Comey himself. Take a listen to this.
Taylor Swift
and I go way back. I went to my first concert of hers 15 years ago. I've been to a second, and I have helped financially support the attendance of a lot of family members at others. I'm in a family's Swiftie group chat. I know all her music, and I listen to it in my headphones when I cut the grass. So yes, I have a favorite of hers, although honestly for me it's a tie between All Too Well, 10-minute version, and Exile featuring Bon Iver. Taylor Swift has grown up with my family and provided us a soundtrack, really, as we've grown ourselves and learned and adapted and dealt with adversity and celebration. She had songs for all of it. I suspect that's something that millions of Americans have also experienced in their families. I think that's because Taylor Swift produces great art, but also because she models something.
Okay. All right. For reaction, let's bring in Dr. Gina and Terrence. You know, I think it's cruel that we did this segment without our own Swiftie, David Brody. But yeah, I mean, it looked like a hostage video. I've never seen someone as a fan have like so less energy talking about their favorite artist. That was kind of weird.
Can I just say, you say hostage video? As I watched that, I was like, okay, so did someone record his therapy session? I felt like he was in some sort of therapy session, and this was, you know, this was kind of his come to Jesus moment or something. It's a little weird. I mean, you know, to each his own. If you like Taylor Swift, hey, have at it. Why not? But it almost felt like some sort of catharsis was just being shared, Dr. Gina. This is, you know, in fact, it's perfect for you because this is your specialty. I felt like it was a therapy session.
This is weird and creepy, and I just don't. I honestly, I don't even know how to react to this. I could say so many things. First of all, you're right, Emily. He looks mentally like he's just in a different place. I don't know. It's just weird. Like the affect is off, right? There's incongruity. I always talk to you guys about incongruity when the body language doesn't match the words. Like if you're talking about your favorite artist. I'm trying to think who my favorite artist is right now. I guess, I don't know. I really like country music. Maybe Travis Tritt. I don't know. I've got a lot of them. But when you start talking, you know, you're going to lean into the camera and you're going to be like, and then I love his song, you know, that talks about legacy and everything. Set in Stone. It's such a beautiful song. And I love the early songs he did about his wife, Teresa. You know, you're going to say things like that. You're not going to. Right. I mean, the whole thing is off. And I couldn't decide the whole time if that's because it was completely and utterly scripted with him trying to look cool. Someone saying, you aren't cool enough, Comey. You need to do this video. We're going to write it for you. Learn how to say the word. I mean, that's what it kind of looked like. But on the other hand, why would you do something like this that just is so, again, fake and off-putting? The world sees right through this. There's not a level of authenticity in this. I didn't believe a single word he said in that entire video. Did you, Emily?
Maybe he's just razzing us all. He's just doing it just to get under our skin or razzing us. Maybe, yeah.
I feel like I'm getting punked watching that video. Like, are you really a fan? Like, it doesn't seem right at all. You know, no. Gina, my favorite is Guns N' Roses. I'm throwing horns, I'm getting excited, headbanging in the
Exactly.
pit. Yes. Like, I don't know. And he's all buttoned up, too. I don't know what era that is. Usually fans dress up for a Taylor Swift era. I don't even like her, and I know that. He's a fake fan.
That's a great point, Emily. At least undo the top button for crying out loud. Look like you might have listened to a Taylor Swift song once.
Shake it off, Comey.
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm a Pavarotti fan, you know. There's just something about that deep baritone, that tenor voice of Pavarotti that just does it for me all the time.
I do love Pavarotti.
That was more convincing.
Was that convincing? Was I pretty good on that?
Yeah, you got to give Comey some tips. All right, guys, we still have more on American Sunrise. From Dairy Queen to Chipotle, this fast food worker in Minnesota was walking 4 miles in between jobs just to get by. But now those days are in his rearview mirror thanks to an incredible act of kindness. This heartwarming story will inspire you, and it's just ahead when American Sunrise returns.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness, how's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us today. Time now for our Sunny Side Up. And in the pan today, a Minnesota fast food worker who used to walk 4 miles every day between his jobs at Dairy Queen and Chipotle is thanking his, quote, angels for gifting him with a car. Rodolfo De Paz has been commuting to work on foot for the past 3 years, but now he's cruising between jobs in his very own Buick. It is all thanks to one of his coworkers' families who noticed his struggles and decided to help him out. They started inviting him over for family dinners and gave him a bike to use temporarily before surprising him with a car. Take a look.
Oh, thanks, God. Finally, I got wheels. It's a Buick 2000.
The gift of the century from another Bible study member.
Just said, thanks, God. You listen to me, my prayers every day. My baby girl.
These are Rodolfo's kids.
My daughter, Daniela. My boy, Rodolfo. You don't know how I miss them.
Every extra cent.
Oh, my God.
Rodolfo sends back to El Salvador.
My wife, Yesenia.
To make life better for his family.
Better food, better school, better house, everything.
De Paz, you guys, says that he works hard in hopes of one day bringing the rest of his family to America for that better life. His employers are now helping him navigate the process to bring his wife and children to the U.S. legally. So glad to see that last word on the end of that. Yes, what a beautiful story. You know, you do hear things like that all the time. I was staying at a bed and breakfast in Philadelphia this weekend, or rather Pittsburgh, and the chef there was working and saving all of his money and sending all of his money home. You know, we do take for granted how many legal Americans come here legally or to work and send all their money home and are away from their families.
Oh, absolutely. And if they're doing it legally, who is anyone to criticize that? But again, the key word is do it legally.
Yeah. Well, you guys, great to be with you today. We miss Brody, but it's nice to have you guys and all of us together. Before we let you go, we have to wish a 65th happy wedding anniversary to Roger and Tootie Deputy. They're big fans of American Sunrise, and they're watching right now. We'll see you guys tomorrow. War Room next.
What are the next steps here as far as Europe is concerned, securing a peace deal, and what has been the reaction there in London and beyond about that scene yesterday at the White House?
So, Willie, on this side of the Atlantic, the race is really on to figure out what those security guarantees would look like in reality. President Macron of France, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the UK this morning hosted a video conference of the so-called Coalition of the Willing. These are the European allies who are prepared to put their own troops on the ground in Ukraine to try to offer Zelensky the security guarantees that he needs. There is going to be a meeting of European Union leaders later on today to try to build on what I think is seen as sort of cautious progress at the White House yesterday. But these European leaders, Willie, really have a delicate needle to thread here. They need to come up with a formula for security guarantees that are strong enough to give Zelensky and Ukraine the confidence that they can agree to a peace deal without fear that the Russians will just attack again. And at the same time, these security guarantees can't be so strong that they alienate President Trump, alienate the more isolationist wing of his MAGA movement. So we are starting to see the sort of broad outlines of what these security guarantees could look like. Some of these European countries, led by Britain and France, saying they are prepared to put their own troops on the ground in Ukraine, not on the front line, not in a way that is designed to provoke Russia, but in a way that is designed to deter future Russian aggression. But the reality is the Europeans are still dependent on the United States for a number of capabilities that they don't have themselves. Things in terms of missile defense, in terms of intelligence, overhead satellites, some form of air support. So one possible formula here is you have British, French, possibly other European troops on the ground, and you have a commitment from the United States to support them in the air without any American forces actually being on the grounds. Now, assuming that both Zelensky and Trump can live with that, there is the question of, will Vladimir Putin? And the Russians yesterday making very clear that they will not, at least as an opening gambit in these negotiations, accept NATO forces on the ground in Ukraine in large numbers. So we will see how they square that triangle. You pick your metaphor in terms of coming up with a formula for security guarantees that are acceptable to all sides.
President Trump, during the meeting yesterday, when you decided to call Vladimir Putin, what was the reaction among the other people in the room, and what was President Putin's reaction to being brought into a phone call in the middle of your meeting?
Well, I think they expected it. I didn't do it in front of them. I thought that would be disrespectful to President Putin. I wouldn't do that because they have not had the warmest relations. And actually, President Putin wouldn't talk to the people from Europe. I mean, that was part of the problem. They
you stepped out of the Oval Office to make the call?
They had no communication with the White House for years as people died. Years with Biden and his people. No communication. Putin told me years. It was years that he didn't speak to anybody from the White House. And it was a long time that he didn't speak to anybody from Europe. No, it's a fractured relationship. And when I came in, I always had, despite the Russia hoax, which truly was a very dangerous thing for our country, but despite that, I maintained a very good relationship. I mean, you saw that when he got off his plane, I got off my plane. There's a warmth there that you can't, there's a decent feeling. And it's a good thing, not a bad thing. People would say, oh, that's such a terrible thing. It's not a terrible thing.
But what we did get were the European leaders saying out loud that Trump was okay with Article 5 style security guarantees. Now, Article 5 of NATO means an attack on one is an attack on all. So this is European leaders saying, and Donald Trump agreeing, that they would have some sort of troops inside Ukraine such that if Russia ever attacked Ukraine again in future, it wouldn't just be attacking Ukraine, it would be attacking NATO member states, probably not under the banner of NATO, but those individual states wouldn't pull their troops out. They would stay and dare Putin to keep going.
What kind of assurances do you feel like you have that going forward and past this Trump administration, it won't be American boots on the ground defending that border?
Well, you have my assurance, and I'm president, and I'm just trying to stop people from being killed, Charlie. Look, they're losing from 5,000 to 7,000 people a week.
So the security guarantees in some ways might be an easier discussion point than how you actually stop the fighting. What do you think about that?
Well, I think going back to what Kim said and your point as well, it's the rules of engagement that's going to be really a difficult thing for these nations to talk about. The rules of engagement lay out just what the plan will be if the Russians do something. Will this group actually work with Ukraine to push back militarily on the Russians, or do they fall back, or do they leave? Those rules of engagement and the agreement by the nations on what they will do will dictate what this presence will look like. Is it going to be a small presence that's just representative, something that's not meant to fight? Or is this going to be a robust group in there, real boots on the ground with weapons and rules of engagement that says if something happens, if Ukraine is attacked, your job is to fight Russia too?
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Tuesday, 19 August, year of our Lord 2025. We got so much to go through today, including getting back focused on the United States of America. Okay, both the Make America Healthy Again, President Trump getting ready for a tough executive order on mail-in ballots, the big fight down in Texas, because here, and I think Rachel Maddow, although she's part-time, one day a week over at MS Now, what a disaster that thing is. NBC running away from that dumpster fire as quickly as they can. It's not just that they're spinning it off with a bunch of other dogs and cats to let the public share in its in all its beauty, but they're taking their name off it and any association with it, which is pretty extraordinary. In 2026 and beyond, it is a convergence of a number of forces. Number one, it is incumbent that the Commerce Department listen to President Trump and get on with it on a mid-decade census, done this time correctly with correct algorithms, correct data analysis, the way it's collected. Also, no illegal alien invaders, none, zero. That will show you a true demographic picture of the United States, the massive demographic shifts to the southern part of the country, and the demographic shifts within the states. Number two is to get these elections squared away for once and all. No mail-in ballots. Christina Bob's going to come here and talk about Fulton County. Still got problems down there, as exemplified by many of these big cities. But get rid of the mail-in ballots, and they're whining. They're petrified over at MSNBC that and CNN that hey, they're going to be, since we're taking control of the cities, there's going to be ICE officers near polling places. You damn right. Write this down in your number two pencils over at CNN and MS Now. We're not going to allow any illegal aliens to vote. If you don't have an ID, if you're not a citizen, you're not voting. So you can whine and throw your toys at the pram all you want. That's going to happen. And number three is the redistricting. We need a Texas 10 right now. Now in Texas, they're trying to put DPS officers or Texas Rangers with the Democrats. It's not good enough. We need to go to a maximalist policy and these redistricting now, whether you're in Indiana, Missouri, South Carolina, Florida, Ohio, Texas. We need a maximalist position right now because Gavin Newsom and his team have told us exactly what they're going to do, and that is what they're going to do is try to rig the 2026 election so they can impeach President Trump and stop the MAGA movement. He's got a lot more than a year and a half worth of work left. He's got more than this term and beyond. This is absolutely, the work we have before us to take all this crap down that the Republican establishment has allowed. And you see it in Texas right now. If you want a perfect example how feckless and hapless they are, the two best examples of how we're starting the show today, both the redistricting in Texas, of which it's all performance art from the Republican Party. It's the grassroots leadership and the grassroots folks down there in the MAGA movement that have forced anything, and on this Ukraine situation. In Ukraine, the reason the Europeans and Zelensky there, and they're talking tough, and they're going to do this and they're going to do that, is they're looking in the Senate. They're working on Lindsey Graham and Tom Cotton. These guys are working on a $55 billion another bailout package for them. And the reason is they don't see this money as an opportunity cost. There's financial data coming out right now where I think we're about to hit the wall, even with the big, beautiful bill kicking in on the supply side, kicking in on the production side. We're going to go through some economic turbulence here. The only focus we should have is on the American people. That's what's happening in D.C. is so amazing. And John Lott's going to join us. I think President Trump today is also going to order an investigation into their crime statistics because these cities are lying to you. People there know they're crime-ridden hellholes. Yet these Democrats come to the microphone or they're on media all day long saying, oh, the crime stats are dropping. They're not dropping. Ask the people who got to live there if they're dropping. So the focus has to be on the American people. We want to talk a security guarantee. How about a security guarantee for folks in Los Angeles, folks in Chicago, folks in New York City who are hardworking, decent, wait for it, American citizens, and get rid of everybody else? Also, other good news coming. You've seen where the amphibious group has been attached to Southcom. Southcom is that like CENTCOM. Southcom is the group. CENTCOM does the Middle East. Southcom does everything in Latin America, Central America, Mexico, all of that. The Southcom commander, who's also responsible for the Caribbean, which is nothing but a CCP or PLA Navy lake, has been attached to his command now, is an amphibious group. I think it's the Iwo Jima amphibious group that's now attached to him to look at cartels or to help enforce interdiction and cartels in the Caribbean and Central America, and hopefully even Latin America if we have to. And they've assigned the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Force. So now you got 4,000 troops with some backup, right, and some punch. This is where we ought to be focusing. President Trump is trying to move heaven and earth with these deadbeats. You saw that collection of clowns. In fact, if we can go to my getter, one of the official photographers took a photo from over President Trump's shoulder to the front of the Resolute desk, where all the leaders of Europe were sitting there. And remember, these are countries at one time were led by Napoleon and de Gaulle, or Winston Churchill, right, or some of the greatest leaders in world history. And you see these munchkins that are sitting in front of the desk. You realize, President Trump, what are you doing? You're going to have to carry these people on your shoulders. I said it was like a class photo for Oswald Spengler's The Decline of the West. It's just pathetic. And all they're trying to do, they're trying to figure out now how they get troops. What they're trying to do, 1,000%, what they're working on, they know the Senate and they know the neocons are going to look at a $50 billion or to $100 billion package of American taxpayer money to go bail them out again and let Zelensky and those crooked oligarchs skim more. So, and that keeps them in business. It's the Senate and the House are going to keep them in business. And they see that, and they're just plotting against President Trump on how we get you in here for security guarantees, how we get boots in the ground, or maybe we put an air corridor up there, or a no-fly zone, have American combat air patrols the entire time. Yeah, there's no chance. Like in Syria, there's no chance that anybody could get a missed signal and maybe shoot down a Russian MiG, right, a Russian plane. They want us up cheek by, just like in Syria. I saw this before. They want you cheek by jowl with the Russians so something can go wrong. One of the hotheads. And look, the Ukrainian people suffered enough. They got 1 million dead and wounded, right? They're angry, and they should be angry. Because that same group of deadbeats in the EU and in NATO led them down the primrose path to their destruction. Short break.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? we can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Tell America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
What are the next steps here as far as Europe is concerned, securing a peace deal, and what has been the reaction there in London and beyond about that scene yesterday at the White House?
So, Willie, on this side of the Atlantic, the race is really on to figure out what those security guarantees would look like in reality. President Macron of France, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the UK this morning hosted a video conference of the so-called Coalition of the Willing. These are the European allies who are prepared to put their own troops on the ground in Ukraine to try to offer Zelensky the security guarantees that he needs. There is going to be a meeting of European Union leaders later on today to try to build on what I think is seen as sort of cautious progress at the White House yesterday. But these European leaders, Willie, really have a delicate needle to thread here. They need to come up with a formula for security guarantees that are strong enough to give Zelensky and Ukraine the confidence that they can agree to a peace deal without fear that the Russians will just attack again. And at the same time, these security guarantees can't be so strong long, that they alienate President Trump, alienate the more isolationist wing of his MAGA movement. So we are starting to see the sort of broad outlines of what these security guarantees could look like. Some of these European countries, led by Britain and France, saying they are prepared to put their own troops on the ground in Ukraine, not on the front line, not in a way that is designed to provoke Russia, but in a way that is designed to deter future Russian aggression. But the reality is the Europeans are still dependent on the United States for a number of capabilities that they don't have themselves. Things in terms of missile defense, in terms of intelligence, overhead satellites, some form of air support. So one possible formula here is you have British, French, possibly other European troops on the ground, and you have a commitment from the United States to support them in the air without any American forces actually being on the ground. Now, assuming that both Zelensky and Trump can live with that, there is the question of, will Vladimir Putin? And the Russians yesterday making very clear that they will not, at least as an opening gambit in these.
We're far from isolationists, but we're realists. It's a European problem. Ukraine wants to be a European country. That's fine. Ukraine can do what they want to do. But right now, it's all predicated upon American cash, American arms, and now they're going to need American involvement. And you can't trust these Europeans. You can't trust those European leaders. Until Alternative for Deutschland wins in Germany, until Front National wins in France, right? Until Nigel Farage takes over in London. And that's all happening. First time in history, I think, 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago, they've all the populist parties polled number one in their respective countries' polls. That is when we can do this. Right now, these are all globalists, like Lindsey Graham and like Tom Cotton. I think I've got a quote in Politico Day, an article by Adam Wren, where I'm just saying, hey, this is the same globalist trying to get America sucked into a deep involvement. And this because it's about opportunity cost, right? We've been covering this nonstop for 5 days. And the way they're going, they want you to cover nothing but this so that you miss everything else in this country that needs to be taken care of. Now, thank God President Trump has got all these policies out there that are rolling. We need to reinforce that. And one of the things we need to reinforce it by giving time to talk about it and let you understand what's going on so you can become actively engaged. Brandon Weichert's here. Brandon, you wrote an amazing book before a while ago called How the West Lost Ukraine. Give me your assessment right now. Where do you think this stands with and President Trump trying to move heaven and earth with these deadbeat European leaders? Because you can't believe anything they say. They lie all the time. They say they're going to, they're going to put money in NATO and reform their militaries. They don't put a penny in. Their militaries are decrepit. That's right. Their militaries are such a joke that when the Suez Canal was getting shut down by the Houthi rebels, guys fighting like they've got drones and everything else is from the 6th century. You needed American battle groups, carrier battle groups, strike forces down there to keep open the Suez Canal so they could get oil from the Persian Gulf and goods from Asia, and they couldn't do it themselves. I think they had one French Corvette, one Italian destroyer, one Royal Navy frigate. It's a joke. Your thoughts on this, sir?
Well, just to be clear, I think Europe is a complete joke. Remember, it wasn't long ago the Germans were doing war game practices with broomsticks because they didn't have enough guns to go around for their troops. The British can't stock their aircraft carrier with a requisite number of warplanes because they can't afford the F-35. The F-35s keep falling out of the sky. All the British ones do. They keep having to do emergency landings in Japan. So the Europeans are not allies, as you say. They are vassals, and they're not very good vassals at that. They are clearly trying to manipulate us into an Article 5 declaration. The British continue talking about putting so-called peacekeepers on the ground in Western Ukraine. Well, that basically is hanging their rear ends off the side, hoping they get shot off so that they can then run to Washington and go, see, the Russians are starting a war. If Trump is serious about stopping this war, he needs to cut the Ukraine off from all the aid tomorrow. But he can't do that because the Senate, as you rightly say, Lindsey Graham hiding in the closet somewhere. Lindsey Graham is there trying to stop this thing from happening. But the only way we're going to get Ukraine to a big, beautiful table to negotiate an end to this war is if we cut them off tomorrow and if we start downgrading the NATO alliance. That thing is a albatross for us. We need to get out of NATO as well.
Yesterday, what they tried to do is manipulate President Trump.
Right.
And President Trump had to come on Fox this morning and said, hey, I want you to know there's not going to be any boots on the ground. We're going to figure something else out. They've put into his statement, what he put out last night, that somehow we would have some coordination factor. What President Trump's got to, and the people around him should be giving him this advice. Pete Hegseth over at Defense, Marco Rubio, you guys got to wake up and see what the reality is. We're not going to get entangled in something. You're going to be there decade after decade after decade after decade with a major financial commitment. Right now, I'd like to have Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio and Scott Bessent, all three of them, step up and say, hey, we've put pen to paper and this is what it's going to cost. Let's talk to the American people about this. And then we can make a decision. Do we want that money going to Ukraine or we want that money going into Los Angeles to start the mass deportations of at least the 10 to 20 million illegal alien invaders we have here, Brandon, is what is it going to take to wake up NATO to say we're not going to be on the hook anymore for the money and for your own defense because they're not putting any cash into their own military. Have Maloney there yesterday talking. She stiffed us more than anybody. Her big talk. They're not even. They're I think 1.75%. And when you get into the actual receipts, they're not putting it into combat arms. They're not putting it into maneuvers. They're not putting it in interoperability. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, let's just keep in mind that because of the Ukraine war and also the Middle East, but let's just talk about the Ukraine war. A few weeks ago, we dropped below war reserve status in our stockpiles. That means we have critical stockpiles for ammunition and platforms that we need to defend our people and our interests all around the world. We've given so much to Ukraine over the last 3 years alone that we've now depleted those stockpiles to the point that we've gone below war reserve status. And as long as this war goes on, because of how broken our defense industrial base is, we will not be able to replenish those systems, which means when we need those systems to protect our troops and our interests around the world, they won't be there. And so for me, this is a very simple calculation. Forget about the emotions, forget about all of that. We can't continue supporting Ukraine, and neither can the Europeans. And I'll just add, Steve, I think the Europeans do know. I think they've realized very quickly that under this president, NATO is not going to be the priority that it was under previous presidents. And I think that's exactly why they're trying to ensnare the Americans in a protracted, long-term European war against nuclear-armed Russia. Because for Europe, if NATO goes away or if NATO doesn't become as important to us in America as it once was, then they will no longer be relevant. The Europeans will be basically a sideshow, which they already are, but they will be a sideshow in geopolitics, and it will really be a world driven by America, Russia, and China, and maybe India, and a few others, and the Europeans will be left to the mercies of us.
And the global South. The problem I've got with this is that they're allowing their own countries to be destroyed. England's going to have a civil war in less than 10 years, a civil war. Because they have not stopped the Islamization of their country. You see the merger in France of these radical left Marxists with jihadists, with Islamist jihadists, and you see this happening in New York City. So what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to defend that. Leaders allow that to happen. Not on our watch. It's absolutely obscene. And they're trying to go ahead.
Sorry. Starmer's talking about sending what few patriotic British are left to go fight the Russians in Ukraine when those men should be used to protect British interests at home, to protect the women of Britain, to massively deport the Islamists who they've imported for the last 30 years. But they're not. And I think that might be purposeful. You start to think, well, maybe is this incompetence or is this really part of an agenda to basically change the demographics of Europe and Britain? And I think it might be.
What President Trump has done in D.C. should be a template for the country. That's where our troops should be. Brandon, where do people get you on social media? Where do they get your writings?
At We the Brandon Twitter, and you can get my writings at thenationalinterest.org, or my books are on Amazon.com. You got some of them listed right there.
How the West lost Ukraine is magnificent. Sir, thank you
sir.
so much for coming on this morning. Great start to the show. Check out his books. Really smart guy. And writes in a very boom way that gets all the information to you. Not a lot of fluff. Okay, short commercial break. We're going to pivot now to elections and to get this thing set right. The three converging policies of President.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Hey, I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley, and out here, I can't afford to be without power. That's why I carry the brand new Alpha Case Elite solar generator from 4 Patriots. An all-in-one solar power station packed inside a covert case. Inspired by advanced military tech, it powers your lights, tools, even your fridge. No gas, no noise. You'll get a solar panel included free. Go to 4patriots.com and get your Alpha Case with a free solar panel now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Democratic state legislators did come back home to Texas today. They had left the state to try to stop the legislature from convening so that Republicans couldn't change the maps the way Trump had told them to. When the Democrats came back today, Republicans tried to force them to sign consent forms that would allow the assignment of a state police officer to each Democrat, to follow each and every Democrat in the legislature everywhere that person goes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're not assigning law enforcement officers to these Democratic state legislators as bodyguards. They're assigning them as minders to monitor the location of these Democrats 24 hours a day so as to be prepared to arrest them at any time. State Representative Nicole Collier of Fort Worth refused to sign this consent form, and because she would not consent to having a police officer following her around and monitoring her 24 hours a day, Texas House Democrats say she is now effectively being held on the House floor, on the legislature.
I've heard enough. You know, I do tune in to watch Rachel every Monday night so that you don't have to, but it is painful, quite painful. And now she's doing it part-time. She's kind of lost her stroke. The thing over MSNBC is a mess. A complete mess. That's fading away. CNN's fading away. These guys are all going direct. They're all starting podcasts. That's their next thing. We got to show you Comey. If you haven't seen Comey on Taylor Swift, you're in for a whole new experience as an adult. Brian Harrison. So Harrison, I just have to ask you, do Abbott and Dan Patrick and the Speaker and all these anti-MAGA, anti-grassroots, anti-populist, essentially moderate Democrats who call themselves Republicans, and Abbott being the worst, did they honestly think that circuses like this will get people's attention, that people are not savvy enough now and they have enough social media that we're onto them, and that's why we're driving this? I mean, are they assigning, instead of doing any of the things that you recommended that are logical to really make these Democrats pay for their irresponsibility to the citizens of Texas for what should have been passed last time in the special session? I'm talking about the emergency relief, the flood relief, the taxes, right? The real estate taxes, all of that. They're now going to assign a Texas. They're saying they're going to assign a Texas Ranger. That's Department of Public Safety. And they're going to assign it with each, one. It used to be one Ranger, one riot. Now we got one Dem, one Ranger. Is that what they're going to do now?
Yeah, whatever the 1-to-1 ratio, non-ratio of this song and dance, performance theater, law enforcement, whatever you want to call it. Here's the reality. The emperor has been seen to have no clothes down here in Texas, and the emperor being the leadership of the state of Texas. This is utterly embarrassing. There's a saying we have down here, Steve, all hat and no cattle. And perhaps that has never been more appropriately applied to the so-called leadership in the state of Texas right now. Okay, I mean, do you remember back, 2-3 weeks ago when America was promised all these Democrats to be arrested? Yeah, 0 arrests. I mean, do you all remember when you were told about all these Democrats that were going to have their seats vacated if they didn't show up at 3 p.m. Monday 2 weeks ago? Yeah, that was a lie. Do you remember all this rhetoric about, if those Dems don't come back, we'll add, 7, 8, 9 seats, basically stealing, my proposal, pretending it was their own that the posse was pushing for weeks. When they said it, it was a lie. Nothing has happened. I mean, they came back to their parking spots. They came back to the warm embrace of the so-called Republican leadership of the Texas. They were literally being hugged, given hugs on the floor by the leadership team in the Texas House. And here's the thing that I think people just need to grapple with, okay? The Democrats have had a smashing success. They defeated every single Republican agenda for the first entire special session. We haven't gotten a property tax relief. We haven't dealt with anything else that the voters in the state of Texas want. And this is just unacceptable. But they've gotten away with this for so long, Steve. And this is where I think the War Room and the posse, you're making a difference. It's frustrating as hell to watch them probably get away with this again right now. But the tide is shifting. They're feeling the heat. And I think for the first time, they're realizing the eyes of Texas and the eyes of America are on them. And when they're shocked. I mean, I'm getting blown up. People are just shocked and angry at my rhetoric and how I'm calling out the leadership team here in the state of Texas. I had to tweet out this morning just to clarify for people. I don't work for the leadership in the state of Texas. I work for the people of the state of Texas. And the posse and the War Room and the patriots and the freedom-loving, overtaxed men and women of the state of Texas, they don't give a rat's you-know-what about protecting the well-crafted reputation of the leaders in the state of Texas who have proven themselves to be weak, feckless, and not up to the task at hand. They don't know what time it is. While President Trump's trying to, ward off World War III, and save this country after the damage of the Biden administration, for example, the state of Texas should be locking arms with the president and leading the fight to defeat the radical, progressive, leftist, socialist, Marxist. And time again, the leadership of the state of Texas is now being caught basically in league with these Democrat leftist progressives. And that's what's happening here. Not one single punishment has been meted out to these Democrats, not one fine, not one parking spot. And get this, I was told this yesterday, okay? They're leaking this to me now. So sort of breaking news here a little bit. There are a list of punishments that might be meted out on them at the end of the special session. So they might take away somebody's vice chairmanships at the end of the session. But that's like throwing a hockey player in the penalty box after the game's over? What's the point? It doesn't matter if they're not chairman anymore after the committees are effectively dissolved, after the session is over. So this is bad. It's not even good kabuki theater. It's bad kabuki theater. Texans deserve better. Americans deserve better. And keep the pressure up, because the ultimate surrender came yesterday, Steve, when after days and days of telling people we can take 10 seats from the Democrats, we could take 7 seats, 8, 9, 10 seats from the Democrats, they unveiled the maps, and the Texas House Redistricting Committee passed out of committee a map that once again only adds 5 Republican seats. And this is after Gavin Newsom and California have pledged to continue gerrymandering their state. So look, Texans deserve bold Republican leadership. We're getting weakness, we're getting fecklessness, and worse, we're getting collusion with the Democrats.
Let's put the hang on for a second. Let's split screen with Brian and put up the numbers. If you're listening to this on audio or on the podcast, I want to give you the governor's number: 512-463-1782. That would be 512-463-1782. The Governor Abbott. I think Governor Abbott said we want a Texas 10. We have to go full maximalist. And no, he's not going to want to, because he's a moderate Democrat. But we got to do it. The 5 is no longer good enough.
Well, and you mentioned I should probably tweet this out. I was watching an old Fox News interview the governor did just a couple days ago, and the whole chyron, the headline at the bottom of the screen, it says, Abbott, we can take 10 Democrat seats. This was banner to the wall to wall on national news, breathlessly reporting on the bold statements coming out of the leadership in the state of Texas. But what we've learned in the last several days is that's all that it was. It was bold statements.
Remind him of the 10 seats, because Newsom's already trying to neutralize it. Brian, we're going to state now, it has passed out of committee. What do you believe this process is for the next couple of days?
I think it could be pretty quick now that it's out of committee. I mean, my guess is it could be on the floor as soon as tomorrow. And look, it's nothing less than embarrassing and surrender. The Democrats came back unpunished. The map's going to only have 5 seats, at least that's what it looks right now. Both the Senate and the House. So this is a clear, coordinated effort. Both the leadership of the Texas Senate and the leadership of the Texas House are passing these maps that are nothing more than capitulation to the Democrats. But they're doing it on the other issues, too. And I know folks across the country won't care as much about the property tax thing, but like if a state like Texas has become, and it has, a big government, liberal, progressive, high tax, high regulation state, and we can't even get our taxes under control in the great Republican state of Texas, that portends very poorly for states across the country and for the federal government. But the leadership of the Texas Senate has just unveiled our property tax proposal. And guess what? It's a property tax relief bill that allows for the automatic increases in property taxes. So it's full spectrum surrender to the Marxist, progressive, leftists by the Austin Uniparty that is supposedly controlled by Republicans. But we've got a Republican government down here that's been in power for so long, they don't even know what time it is in this state or in this country anymore. It's embarrassing.
No, President Trump won by 14 because of the grassroots. Brian, where do people go to get that magnificent Twitter feed of yours, which is the bane of all the globalists and all the globalists down in Austin?
I've been yelled at and cussed at for a lot of things in my 4 years in the Texas legislature, but nothing so much and aggressively as what I put on my Twitter feed or X feed. At Brian E. Harrison, go please at Brian E. Harrison right now. Take 5 seconds. Make a rhino furious and follow me on X at Brian E. Harrison. At Brian E. Harrison. Keep the pressure up. Blow up the phone lines into the Capitol. Texas has got to be leading. We're not leading. We're not even following. And we got to change that. America's on the line.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Is John Lott ready? I want to thank Birch Gold, the Birch Gold sponsors. I think now more than ever. I think gold's made a little movement this morning, but it's not about the daily price of gold as we keep talking. If you learn the pattern recognition of what drives gold as a hedge, and that's what we're here to do, to give you all the information. One of the easiest ways you can start off is just take your phone out and text Bannon at 989898. Get the ultimate guide to investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. You get access to Philip Patrick and the team. Ask Philip Patrick, what's the advantage of owning physical gold? Ask him that. Get your arms around that topic. Over at Birch Gold. Great team at Birch Gold. John Lott. I got John Lott joins me. John, I got a bunch of things to go through that you're especially. I want to start with because Rachel Maddow's all weirded out about the convergence, as she should be, right? The convergence of the new census, the mid-decade census we're going to do with a real count and no illegal aliens in it, coupled with President Trump, this executive order is going to come out for mail-in ballots. Right, plus the redistricting. Let's go to the mail-in ballots. I know you're working on something right now. Help President Trump out. He's writing an executive order. What is John Lott's solution to this mail-in ballot problem? Because President Trump's looking for one.
Well, the president's comments yesterday were exactly right on. In fact, I would have been even a little bit stronger when he was talking about what the rules are in other countries. There's no other country in the world that has it with the type of mail-in ballot system that we have in 8 states in this country, where if you're registered to vote, you automatically get sent a ballot in the mail, and then you have to send it back. If you look at Europe, for example, of the 47 countries in Europe, 35 of them completely ban absentee ballots, let alone mail-in ballots, for people living in the country. Another 10 allow them, but you have to have government-issued photo IDs to go and pick up the ballot in person. They will not send you the ballot in the mail because they want to make sure. I mean, I'm sure you've heard stories where ballots are stolen out of people's mailboxes and other things. They want to make sure that the person who's getting the ballot is the one who should be getting the ballot. And then even then, 6 of those 10 states limit it to people who are in the military or in a hospital. And they won't just take your word for it. You have to have verification by the military or the hospital that you will be indisposed on election day and be unable to vote. You know, these are rules that, you know, we don't have anything even close to in the United States. And it's just not European countries. It's something that you go and you see worldwide, even with regard to absentee ballots. I mean, the difference between mail-in ballots and absentee ballots is that with mail-in ballots, they automatically send out the ballots to everybody who's a registered voter. At least with absentee ballot, it's a fraction of that. People have to go and request.
Yeah, John, hang on one second. We're going to take you through a short break.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men. The first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit particlemen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.particlemen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can hack your information without you even knowing. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash protected. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from stealing your info. It's ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. With the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to fit your additional cards and cash. Call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. Don't wait, order now.
Call 1-800-608-4172. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-4172 now.
I feel like I'm seeing 3 different lanes, 3 different tactics by which Trump is trying to call into question the normalcy and to sort of change expectations around the 2026 midterms. Do you think that's fair? Do you disagree?
I absolutely agree. And I think that what you're doing is key to understanding this, which is I think too often we think of sort of Donald Trump being crazy over here, being crazy over here, and being crazy over here, and that they're not related to some sort of larger plan or effort. Whereas I think what we are seeing is this roadmap for how our country loses free and fair elections, which is I have never been one to believe that, Donald Trump's going to cancel the midterms or cancel the 2028 presidential race. Russia, as we know, has elections. Saddam Hussein was elected head of Iraq when he was dictator there. Instead, what I think we are watching is subtle and not so subtle efforts by Republicans across the country, including in the White House, to change who gets to vote, how they vote, and subtly shape the electorate for 2026 and 2028 such that Republicans can lock in an illegitimate minority rule.
Okay, he says illegitimate. Okay, here's the point. That guy who's a writer put up a tweet that said, oh my gosh, in cutting away mail-in ballots, they're going to force people actually go to polling places and vote, and then they're going to have ICE agents there, and they're going to put the word out of ICE agents so that people will be intimidated. Well, hey, if you're a citizen, you're not intimidated by an ICE agent. An ICE agent is looked at as a protector to get an illegal alien out of the country. You damn right we're going to have ICE agents out. If you're illegal alien, you're going home, and you're certainly not going to vote. Look at those people right there. I keep telling you, if they can't cheat, they can't win. And now they're just freaking out because we've had enough of this nonsense. We've had enough of crap from guys like Abbott down in Texas. The grassroots is stepping up and saying, no, we need to do these redistricting. President Trump's coming in and said we're going to do a new census, and we're going to cut the illegal aliens, and they're going to stop the mail-in ballots. John Lott. And the reason the Democrats and Rachel Maddow sitting there, this is authoritarian, is they cannot exist unless they have phony voters, unless they steal an election. Let's be blunt. They can't win. They know that, and that's why they're going, oh, the guy tweets out, this is terrible. Trump's going to take away mail-in ballots. It means people have to actually go to vote in person, and they're going to put the word out. They're going to have ICE agents, so people are going to be intimidated. Hey, if you're a citizen, you ain't intimidated. ICE agents looked at as someone that is protecting your rights as a citizen to get illegal aliens out of here. But Rachel and your writer friend, you damn right that there are going to be people there, and if illegal aliens are coming up there, boom, throw them in the back of the paddy wagon and ship them the hell out of the country. Full stop. John Lott.
Right. Look, other countries don't even have the types of absentee ballot rules that we have. Countries that did, like the UK or France, they got rid of them because they saw massive fraud that's occurring. The problem that you have with absentee ballots is that you can show somebody how you vote. And then if you also have vote harvesting, they can pay you, they can see how you vote, and then they can know how you've turned, that the vote actually is turned in and done. People don't know the history of voting in the United States. We didn't have secret ballots until the 1880s. The last state to adopt secret ballots was South Carolina in 1950. And the main reason we moved to secret ballots was vote buying. That what would happen is there used to be a ballot box in the front of the room, and you drop in a colored piece of paper based on what party you were voting for, and the two parties would stand on either side of the ballot box there, and they would see how you voted, and then they could pay you afterwards. And research that I've done, peer-reviewed research, shows that when different states in different years adopted secret ballots, there was an immediate about 10% drop in voter turnout. Because it turns out that some people, when they weren't getting paid anymore to go and vote, didn't go and vote. And you've seen, even with absentee ballots, this happening in other countries. When we first moved to secret ballots, a lot of states banned absentee ballots or had very strict restrictions that you had to prove that you weren't going to be around. Over time, people have forgotten kind of the history that was there, and we've loosened the rules, and now we've moved to the fact that these ballots automatically get sent out to people. But there's no country in the world that has mail-in ballots, and few have absentee ballots that are even close to what we have.
What your recommendations for President Trump specifically, because they're writing this executive order right now. So if you were there and able to throw your 2 cents in, because I know you're working on something right now, what would be the one or two things you think is very important that President Trump focus on and his team focus on while they're writing this executive order, sir?
Well, I think they have to make it as difficult as they can for states to do it. Now, the Constitution gives states a lot of leeway in terms of what types of rules that they can have for setting up local elections. But the federal government goes and gives states a lot of money, and they can attach strings to the money that they give in order to kind of reel them in and help prevent this type of fraud from occurring. You look at all these things that are going on in terms of Democrats being upset about rounding up illegal aliens, even criminal illegal aliens. All these things kind of fit together in terms of, as you were mentioning before, tilting the electoral battlefield. California, for example, the most conservative, smallest estimates that I've seen indicates that they may have, a few years ago, 3.5 million illegal aliens in the state. That could be like 6 different, congressional seats, 5 or 6 congressional seats that are there. You add up Illinois and New York. There's a reason, by being sanctuary states there, that they are a magnet for illegal aliens. And the fact that they're fighting even the deportation of criminals who are child rapists or murderers or other people that are there, just shows, how concerned they are about losing those people in the population. But when you have things like mail-in ballots and vote harvesting, you allow vote buying, you allow votes by people who aren't going to be voting. All those things go and tilt the field there.
Dr. Lott, hang on for a second. We're going to take a short commercial break, start the second hour, back in 2 minutes. John Lott's going to stick with us. Naomi Wolf about what's really going on in New York City. Next in the world.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash, with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
This is former Navy SEAL Kate Courtley, and I always say it's not if, but when you find yourself in a life-threatening situation. And when that time comes, you'll need power. That's why I carried the new Alpha Case Elite solar generator from 4 Patriots. It'll give you power to get vital information, power to communicate with loved ones, power to survive. And you can't put a price on that. Go to 4patriots.com and get your Alpha Case Elite with a free solar panel now, so you will be a survivor, not a statistic.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Tuesday, 19 August, year of our Lord 2025. Glenn Story joins us. Glenn, really want to thank you. The fire that you lit with the grassroots leaders down in Texas has resulted in, it looks like in the next 48 hours, redistricting of 5 seats. Of course, now we want 10. We have to get 10 because Abbott told us we can get 10. We have to get full maximalists. But I want to thank you and everything that Patriot Mobile on your political side has done in organizing the grassroots. And so thank you very much. I think you've tapped into something that the grassroots feel like they keep delivering electoral victories down in Texas, but that you have basically a Texas rhino establishment, kind of a leftover from the Bush days, that still thinks they run things, sir.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy what you look at. Trump won Texas by, 15, 18 points, and yet you wouldn't ever know it once you look at how the House votes. So they align with the Democrats more than they align with the conservatives. Certainly more than they align with the conservatives, but also, with the Republicans. So it's really kind of interesting. It's something we just want the truth exposed, right? Because once the truth is out, then all of a sudden you see all these guys in these districts, whether it's up in the Panhandle or down around Beaumont, where it is conservative. They want to see the politicians vote the way they voted.
How do we keep the grassroots motivated down there? I know this is going to be a big win when it finally passes, but how do we keep the grassroots motivated? I remember the meetings we had with you, the Zoom calls you put us into. You've got a very dedicated, broad grassroots coalition in Texas, but you can tell they're frustrated because it seems like the more they win, they look at the Texas House and what's happening at leadership with Abbott, and they're not getting the policies they want. We just heard that even on the property taxes, the Senate bill is god awful. So what do we do to continue to motivate people?
Well, you know what? It's get out and vote, but obviously clean up the voter rolls. But at the end of the day, it's, folks telling the truth about what's really going on and propagating the truth outside of the major cities, right? That's really what it boils down to. And then you look at it another way. We've got an election coming up that we need to support the candidates that have the values that most Texans have, right? And it's number one, God, country, and family. You just look at it every day. And most of us are hard work and we love America and we want to do what's right for Texas too.
Tell me about we're lucky to get you because you've been touring this summer with Jason Aldean. Tell us how that's going.
Yeah, man, it is crazy. You would never know that folks have never heard of Patriot Mobile, right? But at the end of the day, we're into a venue. We go into these venues in different cities. And let me just say thank you to Jason Aldean, his company, his band, Kurt, Tully, David. You know, you just love them all. And the real beauty of it is the folks that listen to this music love America. I mean, Red, White, and Blue, you just name some of the songs that they play between sets and Try This in a Small Town. Well, they love it. And we get to meet these folks, and they're like, what is Patriot Mobile? We get to share it. And then we get to participate in other things. You know our hearts. We like to give, right? We ended up spending Thursday with Jason Aldean with a gentleman named DJ Daniel. He has this very rare cancer. You know, he's been to the White House 2 or 3 times. And he works with the foundation. We ended up raising $200,000. Jason Aldean, you know, was the large majority of that. We put $50,000 in as well. And to know that you're helping children in need. And the dad himself, Theodos, was so thankful. He was like, Glenn, you guys, and it's very little us, mostly the Aldean group, you guys have made a difference in our lives. I've got 2 other children that I've got to put through school or get them out of school. And yet my little boy here's sick, and all of my time goes to them and money. When somebody hands us a check for $3,500, I know that goes to the bills that are taken care of. I don't have to worry about them. That's awesome.
You know, we know DJ. He was, I think, Natalie Winter's first one-on-one interview at the White House the day he was there after the State of the Union. Quite a young man, a real character. People, give me the 60 seconds on why today people should make the switch over to Patriot Mobile. We understand all your guys' good works. We understand on the political side you support causes and philanthropies, and you're one of the grassroots leaders in Texas. We would have never met Brian Harrison and that crowd, Mitch Little and the crowd down there without you. But why do people, just on the basis of, hey, I got my cell phone, I'm not happy with my cell phone company. In fact, I hate them because of the coverage. I can never get anybody on customer service, and they're expensive. So why should people make the shift to you?
You just did the pitch for me, really. But at the end of the day, look, this cell phone service, Patriot Mobile, we buy from the major carriers, we repackage it, and we resell it. But here's the reason. The networks are great. They have great businesses. I'll never knock them. But at the end of the day, we do it better. Why do we do it better? We support causes that align with our customer base's values. When you call into 972 Patriot, you talk with a redneck like me or a Californian, and you get the problems resolved. If you see, our customer satisfaction is extremely high. And above all, we put God first. You know, we navigate through this and say, hey, you're at the helm of this business. Help us run our business the way you would. And at the end of the day, it just promotes a great culture. You know, you walk in the business here and people are fired up. You've been here, and I think you've really seen exactly what we do.
No, it's amazing. Where do people go right now if they want to ship? 972 Patriots, the number. Where do they go to your website when they talk to one of these people with an East Texas accent? What should they ask them?
Yeah, hey, what kind of coverage do you have? But the first question is, say, hey, I heard about you on the War Room, and use the promo code Bannon. And by the way, I just got to tell you this quickly. My friend Carol Adams, your friend, she wanted me to say hello to you. And not only Carol, but we had a blast with somebody you know this weekend, both in Dallas and in Austin. And I think they had a blast with us.
Yeah, so I heard. I got field reports. Glenn, thank you so much. And by the way, the fight down in Texas is just starting. It amazes me that Trump won by, 14 or 15 points because of Grassroots. And the Rhino establishment down there thinks they can just do what they want. They're going to understand that those days are over because they didn't want to do the 5-seat redistricting, much less the 10-seat. So the fight's just starting to get engaged here, and your leadership has been extraordinary. So thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Steve. Love the War Room and love the posse.
So great to get Glenn Story off tour so we can talk to him all summer. Jason Aldean has been a great way to promulgate the name and people's understanding of Patriot Mobile. So it's been just fantastic. John Lott's going to come back and come back in a second. What we wanted with John Lott's got an idea about auditing these NGOs. Lots of very smart guy I want to get into, but I want to go to Naomi Wolf right now so we can tee this up. Naomi, can we put that chart up? Hey, I thought Zorhan and these guys, I thought this whole New York thing was a Axios. Jim Vanderhey and Mike Allen are telling us today that it's the Democrats' MAGA moment. That populism, they realize now they have to have a populist economic plan. And what you're seeing in New York City is just a populist uprising on the left to kind of mirror what's going on with the grassroots right wing and the grassroots populist nationalist movement on the right. I think you might beg to differ, ma'am, given your research.
Yeah, I didn't see those articles, but it shocks me, but it shouldn't, that's the spin, because more has come out since I even last talked to the posse about this, about Zoran Mamdani, the front runner for New York mayor, being kind of a puppet candidate, even more of a puppet than Obama. And Sam Antar, who is a former CPA, now FBI informant, in his own words, convicted felon, co-founder of Crazy Eddie, he has a blog that you just showed an image from, which has blown apart, forensic accounting, blown apart the money behind Mamdani. So Mamdani is A, in my reporting, a fake candidate to start out with, and B, in Sam Antar's reporting, wholly funded, almost completely funded by a Soros-backed circular money flow, which is completely in violation of IRS law. So shall I start with Mamdani and what I found out about his fakeness? We'll just jump right in.
Let's go through it.
Yeah, Mamdani is not even, for very long an American, which is really shocking because he came to the United States at 7. And so you can't fault him from 7 to 18 being a Ugandan citizen in America, though I don't quite get how that was possible. But from 18 to 2018, and for 11 adult years, Zoran Mamdani remained in the United States, not an American citizen, not naturalized, fully a Ugandan citizen from the public record. He went to private school in New York, but then as an adult, he went to Bowdoin in the United States as a Ugandan, on a Ugandan passport, stayed in the U.S. And had a bunch of not very serious jobs that lasted only a few months. He's never really had a real job, no business background. One of the jobs was working for his mom, again, the famous film director Mira Nair. So really nothing of distinction, but always fully Ugandan until 2018, right before he ran for Queen's Assembly. And at that point, 11 years into being an adult in the United States of America, benefiting from an American education, American culture, everything New York has to offer, at that point, he became naturalized. But he did not decide to just become an American citizen, even though he claims to then represent the people of Queens, Steve. He kept his passport. He became a dual Ugandan American citizen. To this day, he is a dual citizen. So he can't, this makes me so mad. He can't bring himself as an assembly member in the United States of America to just give up his other citizenship in a country, by the way, that is one of the worst human rights violators on the entire planet, right? He has not made Uganda better in his whole life. Uganda still, barely got rid of the death penalty for homosexuality and still has long prison sentences for homosexuality, suppresses free speech, goes after opponents of the regime. Horrible society. He would rather keep his passport to that nation than just be an American. There are other weird things about his completely fakeness. He claimed not to have read the lease of his $2,300 a month rent-stabilized apartment. And again, do you want to put one of the largest economies in the world in the hands of someone who didn't bother to read a lease, which says rent stabilized, rent stabilized, rent stabilized throughout. Lastly, just for now, and then we'll get to the kind of circular money laundering that's funding him, he has like no assets in the United States, which is in itself a little weird for a 33-year-old man, right? All his assets are in Uganda. And that's another weird business deal. It's got two different purchase dates, 2012 and 2016. And it's valued from $150,000 to $200,000. And it's purportedly raw, unimproved land. Well, I looked up what you can get for that amount of money in Uganda, and that land, there's something weird, seemingly, about that business deal, unless it's raw, unimproved land with a gold mine in it, because you can get a one to two
Naomi, hang on 1 second. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to come right back to this. The ticking time bomb that's about to go off in New York City.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair. A bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. Like, I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600.
Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, just to put this in perspective, and I want people to understand the seriousness of this problem in the lateness of the hour. Sadiq Khan, and if you go to London today, and I know, Naomi, if you go to London, it is a very different city than it was even 8 or 10 years ago. Sadiq Khan is an Islamist, and it's this convergence. It's the Red-Green Alliance. It's these neo-Marxists combined with Islamists, and he's changed London. And this is why this lieutenant colonel from the Cobra unit in the United Kingdom, which is an intelligence unit that he worked for years, looking at foreign governments and foreign influence and Islamist, trying to have terrorist raids in the UK. He said point blank, it was on Zero Hedge a couple of days ago, hey, because of the haplessness of the Labour Party and now Keir Starmer and their inability with the Tories to face reality and to take any actions on that the only way to sort the mess out in England, the United Kingdom, and these are his words, not mine, is that you're going to have a civil war. Zohar, Mamdani is just another version of Sadiq Khan. Sadiq Khan today is challenging Keir Starmer because Starmer's, and you saw his performance yesterday in the White House, Starmer's polling has dropped, I think, to an all-time low for Labor leaders. And Sadiq Khan has said, hey, I'm going to challenge this guy for the head of the Labor Party to really go and compete against Nigel Farage. My point, what's happening in New York is revolutionary. And it's a convergence of things. Number one, the private and public schools, particularly the private school system, has had an indoctrination. They're essentially PACs, okay? They've indoctrinated these kids, the elites' kids in New York City, and that's what's kind of driving this at the leadership level at that generation. But they're backed by all kind of nefarious characters, and Soros just being one of many that are funding this, and they're going to take over the financial capital of the world. And people are sitting there going, oh, well, this is going to be great because socialism is going to fail. This ain't socialism. It is not socialism. Please stop it. It is not socialism. This is neo-Marxism and Marxism combined with Islamist political power. It is that combination. And here's what, and you say, well, how can they do? They hate, gays and they hate. Hey, what they do is they hate the United States of America. They hate this republic. They'll figure out amongst themselves their own fight later after they take power. Once these guys take power in New York City, they ain't giving it up. They're like the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks have never polled more than 10 or 15%. And you know what? They didn't care. Because as soon as they got their hands on the apparatus of real power, they never gave it up until the whole thing collapsed, 100 years later. That's what's going to happen here. And all these people running around, George Will, I think it's very good that this happens because you'll see that socialism doesn't work. Yo, dude. You missed MAGA, you missed Trump, you missed everything of importance in any political movement or current in the last 30 or 40 years. And brother, you were missing this one. So Naomi Wolf, let's get this sharp. I'm pressed for time, but the sophistication of number one, how they were trained by the propaganda of these schools, these private schools for the elite, coupled with the sophistication of the money laundering operations and the illegal cash that's all around this movement. Why? Because the people that made this cash are putting in, they hate the United States even more than these kids do. So this is a hate movement that's going to take over the financial capital of the world. And any bozos out there saying, well, this is great because it's going to show you socialism is going to work. They don't care if socialism works. They don't care. You think the Bolsheviks cared if their economic policies worked? No, they didn't. Because if you don't like it, they're going to stand you up against the wall and shoot you. Okay? They got a pretty good track record of showing you what they're going to do. Naomi Wolf.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned London. I think your big picture analysis is spot on because it's something we've never seen before, and that's the goal. They are planning to destroy New York the way they destroyed London, in exactly the same way. So I agree with you. So Sam Antar, as I mentioned, this whistleblower, currently former CPA, did this heroic analysis of Open Society Institute and the money flow of Open Society Institute, this Soros-funded nonprofit, which, by the way, as a former liberal, it funds everything, right? Like we've applied in the past for grants from OSI. And as he showed, it's a complete circle, which is thoroughly illegal. So I hope that, the Secretary of the Treasury and the head of the IRS watch War Room because they need to take a look at what Sam Antar has found. It's thoroughly illegal. You're not supposed to use 501c3, which means nonprofit, right? Like you write a check, you get a tax deduction if you're the donor. That cannot be used for direct political advocacy. So in violation of every IRS and campaign finance law, Antar has shown that $4.5 billion from Soros, right, from the Open Society Institute, much of it is flowing through 501c3s like Open Society Institute, Tides Foundation, into C4s. Now, what are they? Don't zone out. Very important, Posse. C4s can engage in political advocacy. There are things they can't do, but they can take out ads and say, this is an important issue. They can help candidates with some restrictions. So all this money illegally gets shifted to C4s. Now, the C4s are like Tides advocacy right on the ground, working families, right? That completely Marxist communist entity. And then those people get elected. What happens then? $16 million of taxpayer money from the government of New York goes back to these programs, right? And not only that illegal 360-degree money flow is not complete. A lot of the $4.5 billion is being kept in an offshore tax protected instrument. So these donors, these billionaires, right, are getting a deduction on their taxes that is completely opaque, that can't even be scrutinized. So everyone is making out like a bandit except the people of New York. And what you are seeing is then this entity can prop up baseless puppet candidates with no record, like Zoran Mamdani, who claimed he had 50,000 people out on the street volunteering. How do you get that? He couldn't back it up, right? Then he said 20,000. The point is, you can't get that
Working People's Party,
the
Working People's Party, the DSA, these ground games. They got 10,000 people canvassing in Brooklyn. That chart is amazing. That's only the top of it. You drill down here. Sadiq Khan has changed London, and you're never going to change it back unless something happens. And in changing London, he's changing the United Kingdom. The great Jack Posobiec has told me, hey, Sadiq Khan is going to replace Keir Starmer because they don't have to keep the same guy. That's the way the system works. He's going to be the prime minister. 2 years. Yeah. That's Jack Posobiec. We need, and I know you've been doing a great job, Naomi, trying to get these young candidates, the New York Young Republicans trying to get these candidates. That's like, you got a tsunami coming to you in back of you because this has been very sophisticated. This has been thought about for years. And now they're doing the same thing, the same way Sadiq Khan came to power in London and the same type of people in back of him. And he's going to have the same program is in back of this guy. And that's why you're going to need, I don't know, the great Charlie Kirk and everybody. We're not going to win this one. The Cuomo and Adams and Sliwa, that's all a clown show, right? It's just a clown show. It's not even going to come close. And it gets more clownish every day. And the Democratic Party, they're now backing this guy. I think he's got 57% of the votes of young Jewish people under 30. Backing an Islamist, and hey, he may be the nice, pretty, happy face and all up, and we're going to do all this. The folks in backing him, they ain't pretty and they ain't nice. Okay, you're going to have reality check, just like you have in London. Okay, just like you have in London, or just like you have in Brussels. Right? This is what's going to happen, and this is going to be. So, Naomi, where should people go to find out more about this? Because folks they think this is traditional politics. This is not traditional politics. This is the Red-Green Alliance. This is Marxism combined with radical Islamist combined, and they'll put on any happy face, right, to tell and the media hasn't done any investigation on this guy whatsoever. What you just said right there about Uganda and the parents and his owning the home, you don't see that in the New York Times. You don't see that anywhere. Nobody's on. They all love this guy. He's their new Obama, right? He's the new Obama. So where do they go right now, Naomi, to learn more about this? Because folks, This guy's going to win. He and his movement are going to take control of the financial capital of the world, and you ain't going to vote him out of office for decades because they're going to take control of power. They're going to run the elections, and they're going to show you, unless President Trump, and this is what I'm saying, the template in D.C., get ready for New York City because that's the only way you're going to get it back. Naomi, where do they go to get more information on this?
Well, I want to respectfully disagree with you. I think we have 2.5 months for an intervention. This is such a cesspit of illegality and IRS violations.
I totally stick through the break. I totally and completely disagree with you. 2.5 months, there is no possibility, unless there's some divine intervention right now, that the collection opposing this guy comes together. But stick through for a second. I want to, because I appreciate the fact of these young candidates and the New York Young Republicans Club and what people are doing. And you see some of these new candidates and the TikToks, it's amazing. And they're speaking for freedom and what they're trying to do. But there are darker forces at work here in the financial capital of the world. Short commercial break. We'll return with Naomi Wolf in a moment.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on the screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit particlemen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.particlemen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
This guy, here's what's happening is that, and Naomi's with me, the elites in New York City, another example, elites in New York City have visited on themselves this. This is coming out of the most elite institutions, not even the college. I'm talking about the great schools, the private schools. And these folks, they have some of these websites that are exposing this, will show you, are essentially PACs. They're propaganda factories that have taken the elite's children and turned them into beyond radicals. Okay, a combination of a Marxist with radical jihad. But the bottom line is they hate the United States of America and everything it stands for because they've been trained since they were little tots to hate it. You combine that with people who also have come to this country and we don't know where their sources of money are. And they too hate the United States of America, just like in London, they hated the British and they hate the United Kingdom. London is now not the United Kingdom. And Sadiq Khan has done this, and we warned you, Raheem, everybody warned you about this guy a long time ago. He's totally changed London. Now he's about to take over the Labour Party. And you're going to have hell to pay, just like we're going to have hell to pay here. Naomi, the point you bring up about this young man, he makes Obama, as unqualified as Obama was, he makes Obama look like Dean Acheson, right? Or Robert Lowell. Compared to, he has no experience on anything. This is a joke when you talk about the biggest, most complicated city in the United States, in the financial capital of the world. He's going to be the mayor with his group, right? His group. And he's just been patted on the head by the New York Times and New York Magazine and all these people. So, baby, you deserve everything you're about to get because you're going to get it, okay? And they're going to look to the MAGA movement and Trump to clean it up, to clean up their mess, this thing. And so make your case. We got a couple minutes. I'll let you make your case. You are coming up with some amazing candidates. I've seen your videos, your TikToks. These are amazing candidates, a lot of them from the boroughs. It's just not, it's like this is like the French Revolution. I'm not so sure that's going to make a difference, but you say it can, so make your case, ma'am.
Well, I'm not saying that alone is going to make the difference. I think you're really onto something, Steve, because this offshore entity, I think it could accept foreign funds. Like, we don't know who the foreign interests are that are aligned with OSI here. And so that's why my call to action, given that we've got 2.5 months, it's not enough, obviously, to just be on the streets with the right policies. You're right that this is not politics as usual. But I'm calling on Scott Bessent, very specifically. Sam Antar has the receipts. He's given you everything. This is a thoroughgoing cesspit of criminality, and you can see all the documentation on whitecollarfraud.com, Sam Antar's website, why the IRS must investigate the tax-exempt syndicate that weaponized Mamdani's campaign. So I don't know if he can freeze those funds while they investigate, but he needs to freeze the money. And let's see what kind of grassroots support Mamdani has with legitimate donors, giving $100 legitimately through legitimate intake. That's number one. Number two, my amazing candidates, and yes, we're helping the incredible Athena Clark, the school teacher, take back District 46 in Brooklyn. They're running on fumes. They're actually running from citizens who are giving $100, $50, whatever they can afford. The big Republicans are nowhere to be found supporting this incredible wave. Yeah. And they really should, because what I'm seeing is local politics in Brooklyn and New York also is a Potemkin village, and Republicans would have a chance here because there are a lot of independents. There's low turnout generally. And so if there was money, going to these incredible challengers, young people, interestingly, young people of color overwhelmingly who want to take back Brooklyn from this corrupt machine, you would at least have Mamdani, God forbid, worst case, as mayor, but people on the city councils who can hold the fort, who can hold back the complete destruction of New York and Brooklyn. So those are my two calls to action.
Where do people go? Because this is the kickoff. This is a kickoff of a deeper conversation. This is my problem about opportunity cost. When you have things like Texas, you have these redistrictings, you have the mid-decade census, you have New York City. What's going on in New York City is so complicated, but the forces come together. And these are smart people. They're not dumb. They're very smart. They took over London. These are smart people. And what are we spending our time on? Kiev. I don't give a damn about Kiev. I don't give a damn about the Russian-speaking eastern border of Ukraine. I just don't. It's not in the vital national security interest of the United States, and I hate spending any time on it. Why? Because we got to be spending time on this. New York City is the greatest city in the greatest country in the history of mankind, and we are about to give it over to Marxists and radical Islamists and not even put up a frickin' fight. And if they sit there and George Will, I think socialism, we'll let socialism, people say it'll fail, a great thing to run about. You're kidding yourself. You're more clueless about this than you were clueless about MAGA and the rise of Trump. This is the evil that's in our country with foreign interest and foreign money, and they're taking over Los Angeles and Chicago and New York. And if you think once they dig themselves in there that you're just going to go in, we're going to run a couple of candidates, better government candidates, and I love these kids. They're great. Don't get me wrong. But that's not going to drive these guys out. It's just like the Bolsheviks. You're going to have to take it back from them, and that's where we're headed. This is why what's happening in D.C. is so important. Naomi, I got to bolt. I love your optimism. I love your fight. We're going to focus on this big time. Where do people go to get all the information?
Well, the big thing is come tomorrow night to the Donald J. Trump New York Republican Club, where I'll be speaking. You can meet all these incredible candidates. In spite of your pessimism, I think miracles can happen, but they really need help. They need that grassroots support. I believe it's there.
Will, hang on, stop. We're gonna live stream it. What time is that? What time is it going to do it? I'm turning tomorrow over for this. What time is it?
It's 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
21st.
We're turning our 6 o'clock show over.
I'm sorry. Thursday night, the 21st. Thursday night, not tomorrow night. Thursday night.
Thursday night.
Yeah.
Thursday night. Okay, it's even better. Okay, Naomi Wolf, what's your social media handle? Where they go, ma'am?
Okay, come follow me, Naomi R. Wolf, on X, and come follow me on Outspoken, on Substack, and Daily Clout, of course. And thank you, Posse, for everything. And Steve.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Good fight. John Lott, first off, Trump's saying the crime statistics are all baked. He's following John Lott and saying, hey, these things in D.C., I want to get to that in a second. But right now, you've also got an idea of how you audit all this crap and actually get to the bottom of it, because who knows who's funding this thing, who knows where the cash is coming from. These NGOs are all front groups for a bunch of Marxists or Islamists. How do we do it, sir?
Well, all these nonprofits that have been getting these billions of dollars from the federal government have to fill out each year what's called a 990 form that they go and they give to the IRS. Now, traditionally, the IRS, while they can audit these things, pretty much just lets nonprofits just go by. They spend their time auditing people who are actually paying taxes into the IRS, and that's understandable. But we're talking about real money here, and it'd be nice to know whether the money is going to places where all these nonprofits have claimed. I mean, you just had Naomi Wolf and talking about kind of all the shell games. They're being played with money. We know there have been some news reports about that happening with regard to the organizations that have been getting these many tens and hundreds of billions of dollars from the federal government. Well, let's have the IRS go and check them. And you should check all of them. Don't make it look like you're just going after Democrats, though the vast majority of these nonprofits are money that's funneled to Democrat organizations.
I don't mind doing that. I don't mind doing it. I'm a maximalist. I have no problem. I have no problem going after, they say you're going after these Democratic organizations, because they're all a bunch of left-wing organizations. So is this something that Scott Bessent, now that runs the IRS, has to do? I mean, how do we get the action? How do we get the ball rolling? What is your recommendation?
Well, the IRS has authority to go and audit these nonprofits, these 990s. They technically go and run it through a computer program just to go and flag it, but basically the parameters there are set up so broadly that they just don't ever really audit, as far as I can tell, these nonprofit organizations. And again, that's understandable. That's not where the money is as far as revenue coming into the IRS. But it's relevant for all the money that's been going out.
Yeah.
And somebody needs to go and audit these things. And I suspect we'll find a lot of irregularities that the news media and others haven't picked up on.
I got to bounce real quickly. President Trump has now put out, I think overnight, that he's furious about the gun decking of the crime statistics in D.C. What would be your recommendation, John Lott, the first thing he should have his team focus on?
Well, I need to go and audit these things, but the most basic thing is just to get statements from police officers. The police union has been complaining for years about how they're manipulating the crime data. You take something that's a felony and you'll have some police captain or somebody else that will go and require that they have to go and move it down to a misdemeanor. So it's not going to end up being in the data that the city reports or end up getting into the FBI data that's there. You just had the mayor wants to go and claim, well, this is just limited to one precinct. The police union, their response has been that this is, quote, preposterous, end quote. They have statements from all sorts of police officers all around the district there saying that they're constantly having pressure put on them to underreport different types of measures of crime in order to make the city look like it's improving. But look, even if you believe these numbers that are cooked, D.C. has a horrible crime rate, even if you accept somehow that they're legitimate.
John, where do people go to get all the information that you put out, sir?
Thanks. And go to our website at crimeresearch.org, crimeresearch.org. We have all the crime data for D.C. as well as the statements from the police officers.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you for being there.
What a mess. What a mess. D.C. is trying to clean up. Hey, Jack Posobiec joins me by phone. Jack, I'm going to hold you through the break. Real quickly, London. New York's going to become the new London, sir. Sadiq Khan. Tell our audience about Sadiq Khan. Give me a minute or so on that.
Well, Steve, a lot of this, of course, is driven by the open borders policy that we saw in the UK, that we're starting to see in the United States, as directly focused on New York City. Sadiq Khan, look, he's got a pathway directly now to the Prime Minister's office, the exact same way that Boris Johnson was the mayor of London and then became the Prime Minister of the UK just a few years later. And this is all being driven by the demographic change, which, of course, comes at the heels of policy. This is national policy. It's been policy in the United States, and it is still the policy in the UK.
Amazing. Jack, hang on for 1 second. We're going to take a short commercial break. Want to thank our sponsor, Birch Gold. Take your phone out. Text Bannon at 989898. That's BANNON. That would be me. You get your totally free and definitive ultimate guide on investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. You can also talk to Philip Patrick and the team and ask the question, hey, why has gold been a hedge against times of financial turbulence for 5,000 years? Wait for the response. Because remember, it ain't the price of gold. It's the converging factors that drive the value of gold. That's what you want to understand, and that's what Birch Gold is there to teach you. Short commercial break. The great Jack Posobiec on the other side.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. Home title lock, the $1 million triple lock protection. You get 24/7 coverage if anything happens in the middle of the night for your against your title, which is the only thing that shows you actually own that entity, that institution that happens to be 90% of your net worth, called your castle. Remember, every dream you ever had is in there. If all else fails, they'll put up $1 million for lawyers and others on a restoration, but don't get in that situation. Go to HometitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Try to keep it simple, Steve. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team and do it today. Jack Posobiec, you got some breaking news updates for us, your assessment of where we stand on Ukraine the day after one of this massive meeting in the White House, sir.
Well, Steve, thanks so much. And we'll actually be doing Human Events Daily again today from the grounds of the White House, just because there's so many moving pieces of this. It's all happening in real time. So the team, and I want to really just shout out to the Real America's Voice team there for supporting us, for allowing us the ability to be able to do that. So we'll be there at the White House. I'm about to enter in just a few minutes here after the program. And look, President Trump, it's actually said when he made that call to Vladimir Putin last night, we were talking about it. Were they in the room? Were they out of the room? We're told that during that call, that was done to set up this question about a bilateral, a one-on-one meeting between Zelensky and Putin that would precede the trilateral meeting that would include Trump. Putin, we're told that actually he responded on the call. He said, of course, and we'd be happy to invite Zelensky to Moscow for that meeting. We're now being told that President Trump relayed that to Zelensky, who promptly rejected the offer of holding a meeting on the grounds of Moscow. So, Steve, again, this is really all happening in real time here at the White House.
What is your sense of the security guarantees, which is still the big deal, and also this $55 billion another bailout of Ukraine that's moving through the Senate right now, sir?
Well, Steve, that's going to be a big question for a lot of people. When we hear security guarantees, when we hear phrases like Article 5, then we get this comment from President Trump, really just a complete announcement from Trump and a verification and assurance. He said that as long as he is president of the United States, there will be no U.S. troops in Ukraine. However, potential for, and we've been talking about it for years here on the program, a Syrianization of the ground in Ukraine, where you've got UK, France, German troops joining in for potentially this peacekeeping mission. Also, by the way, President Nawrocki of Poland coming out earlier today saying no Polish troops will take part in this coalition of the willing. That's why he declined to visit the White House yesterday. It looks as though he may have been invited at one point, but he decided to turn that down, although he is going to be visiting the White House here up in a couple of weeks for a one-on-one meeting with President Trump. And President Trump also mentioning, though, coordination from the United States and potential air air support. So the real question, does that mean intelligence? Does that mean our intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, satellites, or are we talking actual combat action, combat air patrols, flying cap over essentially a no-fly zone in Ukraine? So a lot of these questions left to be hashed out. And by the way, it seems the mainstream media has forgotten that the enemy has a vote. So the Russians could easily reject all of this. And as I said before, the Russians have been saying all along, hard no to Ukraine and NATO, and certainly a hard no to NATO forces in Ukraine, that, of course, being one of the things that exacerbated this conflict.
Jack, your social media, where do people go for this amazing Twitter feed you've got?
We got up on Jack Posobiec, and then, of course, Human Events Daily is a podcast. Urge everyone to go and subscribe to that. Make sure you don't miss an episode. We do a lot of this geopolitics, and I try to put everyone as close as possible to the front lines of everything that I'm seeing and everything that's happening in real time. And, of course, we're up on Truth, we're up on Getter, and we're on Telegram as well.
By the way, you're live at 2 today. Charlie Kirk's next. Jack's up at 2 from the White House. Make sure you don't miss that. Jack Posobiec, thank you. We're back at 5 p.m. today after Eric Bowling, and Natalie's going to be here. So amazing show already lined up. It's going to rock the house, as we say. Trevor, by the way, the Birch Gold guys want to thank our sponsor. Big sanctions yesterday on Maurice, this radical judge that's trying to throw President Bolsonaro in jail for the rest of his life and have him assassinated there. Already the U.S. government starting to make a move. Make sure that you find out everything about the Bolsonaros. You can go to my Getter feed. It's all totally free. Also understand how Lula is leading the de-dollarization movement with President Xi. Go to birchgold.com. Promo code Bannon, the end of the dollar empire, 7 free installments. We're coming out with a physical version of it. We'll have a lot more details on that right after Labor Day. We're working on the 8th and 9th free installments, all free. It will make you the smartest guy in the room when it comes to capital markets, so go do it. Trevor Comstock, on a day like today, we want to feel healthy, sir. Make America healthy again. We had a great guy coming on from Maha. We're going to move him till tomorrow. But right now, tell me about the great company, Sacred Human Health, sir.
Yeah, appreciate you, Steve, and good to see you. So I've been coming on quite a bit lately, talking about our new tallow moisturizer, which has been a huge hit. And thank you, War Room, for all the support. It's been amazing. But today I did just want to touch on our flagship product, which is our grass-fed beef liver. And what's really amazing about beef liver is that it's arguably one of the best sources of highly bioavailable nutrients, including vitamins, minerals, coenzymes, amino acids, as well as peptides. So you get a wide array of vitamins and nutrients like iron, zinc, vitamin A, B12, CoQ10, folate. The list kind of goes on and on, but all these things do, different things like helping promote healthy skin, hair, heart, immune system, as well as brain function. But then on top of that, it also contains many other critical vitamins and minerals that most people are deficient in. So things like selenium, K2, as well as copper. So it's essentially the full spectrum. And then on top of that, you can kind of sift through some of our reviews, but because of the dense nutrient profile, it tends to give people a natural energy boost, which people tend to love and rave about. Again, you can kind of look through some of our reviews to see what people had to say. But I also like to mention that because beef liver is 100% grass-fed and natural, the human body can much better absorb these nutrients as opposed to taking like a synthetic multivitamin. So right off the bat, you are getting a much better bang for your buck when it comes to purchasing a supplement, because your body can actually obtain these nutrients and use them as opposed to just flushing them out. So it's a pretty powerful product and great for overall health and vitality. As I mentioned, it is our number one product, but our beef tallow moisturizer.
Trevor, we got to bounce. Where do people go right now? I want to send them to the site. Where do they go?
Yeah, of course. So you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com, and then you can also use code WARROOM for 10% off.
Thank you.
Or just type in Sacred Human to Google.
Thank you, brother.
There too.
Appreciate you, sir.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Hi, I'm Cade Courtley, and welcome to the Ford Patriots Buy One, Get One Solar Generator event. Claim the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, and you'll get a free Patriot Power Sidekick with 2 free solar panels. These are 2 of Ford Patriot's newest silent, fume-free solar generators that can power your fridge, TV, and critical devices without ever needing gas. Every American should have the peace of mind that comes from having backup power. Visit FordPatriots.com to secure your free generator and solar